I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs blown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. When I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. All of my
Auckland,
you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to have all of you guys here tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. I know a lot of you said you had to get to bed early tonight, which is totally fine. Feel free to catch it on the replay or whenever you have a chance. I really appreciate all your guys' support. Even, those who just stop in to say hi. Thank you so much, KJ. And I am going to be sharing in the beginning, so I won't make you wait till the end. But I probably will revisit a little bit at the end of the show some plans that we have for the gathering. So, I'm talking often on this channel about how we all have something to bring to the table, something that we can help out with. We all have a purpose in life. I believe that with everything that I am. I think that we all have been given something to contribute to the betterment of humanity on earth, right? And that's just the way I feel. So I think that, and I've talked to Jen about this a lot. Um, I think it's important for us to spread out our resources and not only be, all 7 days that I'm going to be there, be at the police station, right? I mean, yes, the main day, right? The main event. Let me pull this in really quick for you guys. So you get a visual. Um, Move my big head out of the way. And I hope you all are doing great. I am obviously, you can probably tell by my energy, I'm in a really good mood today. After talking to Jen, I just think it's so important for us to go to this gathering of voices and make a difference, whatever that looks like. I just want to make a difference and make an impact on, again, Sebastian's situation, right? Because it's about Sebastian. He's the one that's missing. All of us are just fine. We're good. We're here. We know where each other's at, but we don't know where Sebastian is, and his father doesn't know where he is, and it's very hard um, to grasp, right? I do a little. I mean, I can't even say I do a little different than Jen. I'm like completely different, right? But that's what's cool about it, and this is what just reinforces my thought process on it, on the subject of, we're all different. So, and we all have something unique and wonderful to bring to the table. So I definitely want to preface it with that. But I love statement analysis, body language experts. Oh my gosh, I'm excited, right? I might as well be front row at a concert, because I really love and find it fascinating and interesting to watch. So we're going to do that tonight. But I think the Gathering Voices is something that can be so much bigger than that, right? And show love and support to Sebastian as if he can see us all, right? Like if he could see us, if he had a window into what we're doing, if he could see us on TV or whatever it's going to be, a live stream, whatever. I just want him to feel loved. I want his father to feel loved, right? Like he's got support, because I cannot imagine what I would be doing or how I would be reacting if I was in any one of the parents' shoes, right? Because I don't have a missing child and I've never had a missing child. So I don't know what that's like. But I can also put myself in other people's shoes and kind of, if I sit there and I think, okay, well, if I was Katie, what would I be going through, right? What are some things that I'd be feeling or thinking? But you can't possibly get into someone else's head, right? And sometimes you wouldn't want to. So without doing that, I do try to put myself in their position somewhat and understand what they might be going through. For Seth, it's just very easy for me to put myself in his position and say, if I didn't know where my child was and I got like some funky ass phone call after works telling me that my ex-husband telling me I don't know where our daughter is, I would flip a fucking lid. I don't even want to pretend and act like I would be proper in that moment. Again, if someone came up to me hours later talking about what if this goes south, again, there would probably be punches thrown, and I would just assume the position to be carted away, because I could not deal with that. Like I have a mama bear instinct in me, right, that I can't control sometimes. And I would rather be that way than a cold fish. And so I can absolutely side with what Seth could be going through, possibly. Again, he's a man, I'm a woman. It's going to be way different. We just process things differently. That's just how it is. But in the same way, if I try really hard, I can put myself into Katie's position. It's just easier for me to put myself in Seth's position, right? Because he hasn't stopped. He doesn't give up. He shows his face. And the big reason why you would show yourself, right, is in case your child's watching, in case they think that they're in trouble, you can assure them you're not, it's okay, you can come home. It doesn't matter where you've been or what's gone on. Because even in situations where children are taken, um, they have a great bit of a great amount of shame, excuse me, that's associated with some of the things that may have or may not have happened to them, right? But just the fact that sometimes they will blame themselves. Children usually do, especially little ones, do blame themselves for issues that are going on around them because they don't understand that it's not their fault, right? The world is bigger than themselves, and so a lot of times they will just put that onto themselves, right? That's what little kids do. And so, but victims also do that because it messes with, everything in, that you were before that happened to you, right? Um, Cinderella, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hey, Chuchi. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks, Chuchi, for the disclaimers. And Gail, it's so good to see you. Hey, Holly S. I just want to shout you guys out really quick. Kelly Holcomb is here. Orb, hello, Orb. Hi, IML. So good to see you. Stephanie Williams, thank you for your prayers and well wishes for Sebastian, Seth. Um, Let's see, Kelly Holcomb. I want to make sure I get everybody. Bo, thank you so much for sending me an email. Yes, guys, I'm still gathering those up in order to put those together for the signage that I'm going to do. All that is unseen. So good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Witchy Mama, thank you. I love the way you tell people to hit the like. It's so unique and awesome. And my PTSD brain, fueled by ADHD, says, let's scorch some lies, Lady Freedom and Dragon Warriors for Sebastian. Okay, so this is where, again, I'm a little different than Jen. She's like, don't blame, don't place anything. It's like, well, I think that there's some really messed up stuff going on, right? Especially when the typical person scores about a 90%, right? Because you might tell a little bit of lies, or you might be embarrassed of something and maybe you're holding back because you don't want to, have to get into it, right? So you're like, no, I've never, done this or whatever, but really you had before. There was an experience that you had. So, the computer may pick up on that and they could tell that you're lying. Works a little bit differently with the test that we're going to go over tonight, or the analysis rather. Again, I'm not a doctor. I just play one on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. But I do try to understand these things so I could better present them to you. So, but I don't have any background in lie detection or anything like that. I just kind of regurgitate what I read or research on the subject, or, show you guys an expert and weigh in. But that's where I'm at, like I want to know what they did to Sebastian. I want to know what happened next, right? Like, I mean, even to the point where I don't even care whether he made it home or not. Where is he? Right? What happened next? Where could he be? And so that's where we're a little bit different. But then again, I'm also on the same wavelength as, I think it needs to be an outpouring of love and support. I think love conquers bad. Every single time. No contest for it, right? The truth is always going to prevail. It's always going to come out, and it always makes sense. It's never, leaving us being like, what? And that's why we're so amped up, is because we've gotten so many lies and we've been left with this what and where is Sebastian and how and all of these things that have been piling up. But again, I think that we need to put our energy into a supportive role rather than, an anarchy. I could get down with some anarchy, but again, I could get pumped up in search too, and that's going to expel a hell of a lot of good energy, using that energy for good. So that's what I want to choose to do. And then also, like I said, the event is going to be scheduled. Okay, so February 23rd through February 27th. I am not giving my itinerary out to anyone except for the ones that I absolutely trust. But like I said, I will be in touch with people. You can absolutely get a hold of me And I've asked people to please either join the Discord or email me if you're not a part of the Discord, because I don't want to put anybody in unsafe positions, especially myself. I'm traveling by myself and that sort of thing. So just to kind of keep it cool, because we don't have a whole lot of level-headed people that we deal with, especially in Sebastian's case. But I think it's going to be a definite that I will be there on the 26th, 27th, right? Or I'm sorry, probably 25th, 26th, to be in front of the police station. But otherwise, I want to spend some time actually doing my own investigative research, right, in the area. Kind of like what I did the last time I was there, right? Because Jen had brought me to some hot spots of hers. She has a lot of hot spots that, we were talking about last night on the show. And when I got the call from her today, I was like, oh my gosh, I was supposed to call you. And here I am trying to get this analysis ready for tonight. So I knew it was going to be this way. Getting ready for the trip, I'm just going to be like flying by the seat of my pants, but I have like green poster board that I'm like gluing together in pieces to make it sturdy. So we can set it on like a folding chair or something like that. Getting laundry together, because I'm going to bring some extra blankets in case it's chilly outside or somebody needs a blanket. I have plenty of those, like little fleece ones and stuff that I want to have on hand. I want to make sure I have a cooler. I upgraded to a bigger SUV to drive. So it's just been crazy. But I've also had a really good feeling about what I intend to do when I'm there. But in the meantime, I'm always going to want to show you guys why I feel like we need to get justice for Sebastian. And I think that's something that we can all agree on, is that Sebastian's the innocent victim in all of this, right? He's the one who matters. He's missing. And so I'm glad to hear that Silvers will be attending. Any of the creators that are attending the event for Sebastian, thank you in advance. Even if I don't get to meet you or I don't see you or whatever, I don't even, that doesn't matter. I'm just grateful that we have people that are willing to, put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. Like, get off your patoot, especially if you're local. Put your differences aside. Go out and do something for Sebastian on the 2-year anniversary. Don't wait for Chris and Katie and Seth to come out and talk about it. If we care that much, then we need to be out there with our asses, boots on the ground, and, quit with the bullshit. Kylie Ray, good to see you. I never thought I would enjoy traveling to the area as much as I did when I went in October, right? So then I knew right away when I heard about the Gathering of Voices that I was going to also do that. I've been resisting the urge to go to Michigan, to be quite honest, and help the people that are there searching, boots on the ground, because that's what I can do. If I can do that, I'll do it. That's what's so important. And that's right, Stephanie Williams. And, Sebastian's dad is looking for him. Sebastian, I think, knows that his dad would look for him, is looking for him, wherever he is. I think that he knows that. Seth has been pretty relentless in his search. Even with him having like shoulder pain and things like that, I know he did like a surgery and stuff like that. But we haven't seen that kind of action being taken place by the Proud Feet. So I do wonder why, especially with them being military. Hey, Susanna, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And Shadow is here. Hey, Shadow. And Patty is here. Hey, Patty. So good to see you. And Google mapped how far it would be for me to drive, and getting to the gathering is about 8.5 hours. I want to go, but can't go that far alone in this time. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend other people doing it, but like, I'm not a thrill seeker by any means, but I don't know. I just feel, I feel like it is a good thing to do. And I'm not afraid or anything. I liked driving and kind of being by myself, which is terrible, isn't it? Like you would think I'd be like, come on, let's see how many people I could, pile in the vehicle. But I liked listening to my podcasts and just like, I don't know, driving and thinking. I'm a deep thinker. A lot of times when I retreat, I'm either working on something, um, or I'm retreating for a little while so I can, I don't know, I guess just think. I think a lot. I recommend it highly because it helps a lot, especially when you look within. I feel bad for, everyone. He finds Summer's Truth. I feel bad for everyone involved in this. I really do. If I again put myself in the situation where there's a child, even if it was a close family member missing for 2 years, it would just be the high stress situation, and most of the time we do talk about the parents here. Hey, Scranton, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Catherine, good to see you, Catherine. Um, yeah, Sebastian's just a cutie pie, guys. He is just a cutie, isn't he? Um, Very intelligent, in my opinion. Without knowing Sebastian, he seemed like he was absolutely, delightful to be around. I know a lot of the teachers in the school resource officer talked about Sebastian, and that was a lot of the times when I really enjoyed listening, because it wasn't anything disparaging, and we really got an idea of Sebastian that, even one of his teachers saying you would never notice any type of a deficit if he was just walking down the road, right? And that was something that we didn't hear until the fifth day. Everything else was that he was profoundly autistic. In my opinion, that's the way that I interpreted it, and that is an area that I do have, um, not an expertise, but knowledge of, direct knowledge. So, Lady Freedom, you were married and divorced, lies when you hear them. Well, I mean, yeah, a little bit. I think my ex-husband made me a good investigator. That's what I always attribute him to doing, like snooping on people because you have to, because they're telling a big lie or something, so you gotta start looking. Um, Breaching privacy and that. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, yeah, if you want to get to the bottom of things, sometimes we have to. I mean, look at the how much science and efforts and money, probably funding, has gone into things like body language experts and programs in which to make their job easier, and to where the computer can count up, and calculate for them and things like that. I mean, boy, it's just amazing because we're always trying to find the truth, and we know that people will lie, even if it's not because they're, a cold-blooded, killer or something like that. Sometimes it's just because they don't want to be honest because of another reason. So it's just always interesting. And, especially in America, we want to make sure that we're not putting innocent people behind bars, so we really have to be careful, and we have to set the bar really high when we're talking about, evidence that can put somebody away for something that, we're alleging that they did or that we've charged them with. So, and then you always have to consider, because I've seen some kick ass, and I use the term lightly, but defense attorneys that can get in there and really tear up the best prosecutors. And, those types of cases will set precedents for other cases. So it's just a very tricky place to be, right? We need to get it right. And, that's where we see these long drawn out investigations and we get so impatient. I know I do. And we really have to make sure that they have all the information so nothing, falls through the cracks, so to speak. But hello, Kylie. Good to see you. Hey, Sasha. Good to have you guys here. Um, oh, absolutely. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed being in Tennessee the last time. That's another thing that I found to be, um, a greater misconception that there's like that it's a scary place. I mean, don't get me wrong. I always told you guys I got an uneasy feeling when I went into the neighborhood, but that could be myself psyching myself up for it too. But like other than that, I just thought cute area, nice. It was pretty. It was a fall time, and so I mean, it wasn't like a scary experience. And maybe that's because, I've grew up around the Chicagoland area. But that could be a big factor in why I was like, this is kind of relaxing and calm and quiet. There wasn't like high crime. I mean, now I wasn't hanging down in Nashville either, so there's that. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for donating Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And who got it? Oh, just me got it. Oh, okay. That's wonderful. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, just me. Fantastic. Thank you guys for letting me know who gets them because I never see them. I'm praying for God's hand of protection over all of you that are able to go to this event. Thank you, Gail. And I appreciate that so much because that is just something that is just so kind and I appreciate it tremendously. I think that we all have to make sure that we stay safe. I'm gonna play Jen's video and she's gonna talk about the searching of the waterways, and I'm gonna show you guys a map and things like that. Um, we're gonna need prayer. We're gonna need prayers, Gail. I mean, I'm all for it. I'm not, in the best shape of my life by any means. I mean, I used to be, a lot more fit, but I can hike with the best of them. I got all that gear that I can put on, and but it's still the terrain is treacherous. Well, I don't know, Jen, because I'm a Sagittarius too, and all I know is I am fire. I'm a fiery little shit when I want to be, and I don't know if that's Sagittarius. I don't know if that's Latina. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm fiery, and I came from a strong women. On my mom's side, it's Polish and Irish ladies, Eastern European. So, we're just tough. We're just tough. You got to be tough. We're all built for survival. So let's see. We're hardwired to survive. So I say this, and then I pull up the picture with Jen's thumbnail on it, and it's like treacherous waters, and it looks like people are in it. So give me 1 second here. Let me switch this over and take Sebastian down really quick so I could show. Well, we got him up on the screen still. Let's see. Post. Here we go. This is a great video. I watched this right before I came on. All right. Do we got that? Yeah.
2 years. 2 full years since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared from Hendersonville, Tennessee. 2 years without answers, 2 years without closure, 2 years without justice. As we approach this heartbreaking anniversary, I have to ask a question. Do we sit back or do we gather? I've been mapping Sebastian. I've been reviewing the terrain. I've been looking again and again at proximity patterns, geographic hotspots, and there are areas near Drake's Creek that continuously stand out to me. And I want to be very clear before I go any further. It's not about accusations. This isn't about anything that law enforcement did or didn't do. It's not about trespassing either. It's about awareness. It's about community. It's about not letting Sebastian's name fade into silence. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen in Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 25th, 2024. And this 2-year anniversary, there are certain areas near Drake's Creek that deserve renewed attention. And just listen closely, okay? Listen to me. If, and I mean if, there is a gathering of voices, those people that are going to come, if we are going to come in numbers to Gallatin, Tennessee at Sumner County, we could get a coordinated search together that's respectful, not trespassing, not going into private property, no vigilante behavior, Here's what I'm asking. Can the gathering of voices meet in a safe, permitted way to search portions of the waterway of Drake's Creek? If so, this search would require boots, gloves, respect, and coordination. And if you're interested in participating in this boots on the ground awareness search for Sebastian Rogers, all you got to do under this video is comment search. Email me at jennifertjennings@gmail.com. I think that this move would be productive with our time. And waterway searches aren't just casual walkways in the park. They can be physically demanding. Terrain shifts, creek beds are changing, there's wildlife, there's sharp debris. But if this is organized properly, it could be a good structured search. A good way of bringing attention back to Sebastian on this 2-year anniversary of his disappearance. 2 years is too long. It's unacceptable. Anniversaries matter. They gain renewed media attention, renewed community focus to remind people that this case is not just close to our hearts, but it brings serious chatter to reality. So bring your boots, forget rumors and drama and accusations. Let's just come with respect. We're not trying to replace law enforcement. We're not trying to interfere. We are just supporting awareness for Sebastian Rogers. 2 years. He is a young teen, disappeared without a trace. And no teen should disappear and simply become a headline that fades away. I'm asking for help in finding Sebastian Rogers. If he is deceased, I have hot spots. If he is alive, I have hot spots. So are you willing to stand up? Are you willing to stand up safely, responsibly, respectfully for Sebastian? If so, just comment search. Email me. And as always, justice for Sebastian. Awareness for Sebastian, because 2 years is too long. 2 years.
All right.
2 full years since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared.
There we go. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I think that was very well said by Jen, right? I think that Jen's heart is absolutely in the right place. I want to go over some of the hot spots, eliminate places, see if we can't find something. Hey, Kiki, good to see you. Thank you for hitting the like button. see if we can't find Sebastian, right? And I think that Jen's mapping, although I don't fully understand all of the map details and things like that, right? Like I'm like, oh, haha, I'm a Sagittarius, blah blah blah. But what Jen does is a different type of science, right? In my opinion. So I'm not going to try to explain it because I can't. But I think that going to the places where she has mapped out is the smartest thing that we can do without having an exact location where we, but we can go over the different places that have been searched before. Because I saw a comment with Sasha saying, I thought Seth had already searched there, although I'm not certain, but I know there's been a lot. Or excuse me, I know there's been a ton of ground searching. Well, I mean, they searched the 3-mile radius around Sebastian's home. They went out a little further than that as well, and they really hammered away at it. We kind of talked about it last night. And then they searched the landfills, and then they went back and they searched again when the United Cajun Navy came out. So I mean, there's been large scale searches and searches in the area. The thing about this particular area that I want to show you guys is here. Now this is going to be a topography map here. And pay no attention to, I don't know what we got over here. Me and Miss Ann would like this because it looks a little Grateful Dead-esque, but I don't know if this is Jerry Garcia over here or what. But just bear with me on that because that's not the focus. Oh, here we go. I can take that. So this is going to show us, different land, water, man-made structures, that sort of thing. But this is the area that we're looking at. And when we look down these rivers, right, and these stream systems and da 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 da, they're going to flow, right, in different directions. And so a big reason for wanting to search Drake's Creek is, in my opinion, one thing that I think is smart is because Chris Proudfoot mentions it, and there's been a lot of mention of it, but also that's where all of the storm water, as Jen was explaining it to me tonight, flows through, right? And I'm not going to be the best person to explain this. I'm not, this great geographer, or, I'm not as familiar with the area as maybe I should be to search. But I think it's important to recognize what we're looking at and then go with people who kind of understand the area. And I don't think that it's, hard for us to be looking for clothing or items that could have washed up, right? Because there was a lot of rainwater and storms throughout this last 2 years, right? That could have pushed some debris, or I hate to even say it, because again, this is not my forte to search, but it is something that I'm more than willing to do while I'm there. I'm there to work. I'm not there to play, even though I enjoy Jen's company, and she has become a good friend of mine. I'm there to work. I'm there to find Sebastian. I'm there to spread awareness. So whatever needs to be done, I'm there, you know. And I think that we could at least do some of this and mark it off of our list, so to speak, or say, hey, we've searched that area too, right? A couple of different people have searched that area. Or if we get a really great turnout, even better. And hey, Robbie Jeannie, good to see you. Kiki says, also, lady, that Sartopo map that SF said he droned, I'd check by boots on the ground, because in dispatch they trusted the construction crew to search that site, that they may have had some not experienced searchers, in my opinion. Well, along with that too, Kiki, so thank you for that comment. Along with that, there's also those big culverts that were open at that time, right? So say by some stretch of the imagination. Now, again, the areas that I'm thinking about searching, I am trying to apply some logic to that, right? That scenario, how would Sebastian get, you know, right? But I mean, these are right next to his house. If grace of God, we got cats and squirrels and everybody making their way onto the camera footage, but Sebastian never did, allegedly, right? The one that we know about, or any of the footage that we know about. Um, say he got over to that area and fell in or something like that, right? Or hurt himself over there. And something happened where he washed down or what have you. Um, I think it's just safe to say that after all this time there could be um I mean, Sebastian could be out there, and if he's out there, we need to go look, to make sure, to make sure 100% that he's not. But yeah, I have looked at, I think it's like, is it CalTopo? I know they integrated recently with Sartopo. Um, but yeah, yeah, the only thing that I don't like about that map, right? The first thing that I noticed right off the bat of that app, was that Steve Fisher had the coordinates, they were incorrect right off. I mean, immediately I noticed, right? So I just, I'm gonna eat my own words. I mean, that guy is so screwed up, and also I don't want to use any of his stuff because he likes to strike people because he's a dick. And I'm sorry, that's probably too blunt of a way to put it. I don't trust that guy. You know, I don't. So, is it a sorting hat that I'm wearing in my pic? Oh no, that's my thinking cap. No, I'm just kidding. Kylie, no, it is like, okay, so it's something that Nate had, like, I don't know. It's like one of those, it's like one of those survival type hats. It's like camo, and it had like fans on it, like, that you could turn on. They were like actual fans, like little fans in there. And so I wore it one night just to make you guys laugh, because I'm a goofball. Um, no, you're okay. You're okay, Kylie. You made me laugh with that again, actually. My silly hat. I just called it my thinking hat. It's like thinking hat Thursdays or something. That's what I put on my thumbnail that day. But no, it's just like it's like one of those, I don't know, like a fisherman hat, but but it was gigantic. Like my head wouldn't like support it. So, um, I need a bigger head. Sartopo had many waters that weren't checked by the map. Yeah, well, I mean, I would think like search and rescue. Like, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna consult my buddy that I have in search and rescue, and I'm gonna ask him um for some advice, right? And I am going to bring machete. Also, and I'm not kidding, because those freaking picker bushes, like, if you get out in them woods, like, okay, first of all, Sebastian didn't walk around in the woods barefoot, first of all. Let me just crush that right now. Because he didn't. He didn't. There's no way. It's really rough terrain, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely, Kiki. I mean, that's the thing. There are so many weirdos in this case. Okay, yeah, Caltopo. Sorry, I mean, I think they integrated, but um meaning he probably never looked like he said. I know. See, and that's why I just don't I mean, I wish we had a good map, or I wish that we could look at the SAR maps. I think that would be something that would be a positive, that wouldn't like jeopardize anything. Kiki, if they just like was to release those, or if there was a way we can access them. I don't know how to. Um, but it would be nice because when I looked at Devlin's, at least I could see where they searched, where there was hotspots or activity, information found, things like that. So they're a good tool, even though it looks like, a mess when you just kind of look at it. But once you can see like who's done what and it's all labeled, it's perfect. Um, so I know, exactly, Kiki. Well, the only frame of reference I have is Missouri, but the thing is that Missouri and Tennessee are very alike, right? Like very rocky, um, hilly, right, terrain. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's why I lived in Missouri for such a god awful long time. No offense to Missouri, but yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with that kind of terrain just because of that. I mean, like a lot of the bluffs and stuff, right when I got there reminded me of Missouri. The curvy roads, oh, forget it. I'm like, "Hi, Dramamine, you're my best friend," because it's like, but I mean, I'm driving. So it's a little bit different when I'm driving because I'm focusing on the road. But like when I'm not driving, it's better for me to be like in the back seat reading a book or something to keep my mind off of the driving because I get car sick. Um, but the ways that I take to get there, it's not bad at all. There's certain spots where it just reminds me of Missouri. But this is, the area that we're kind of looking at right now, um, to kind of search in. And of course, I know there's like a 7 mile track that Jen is looking at, um, for us to go through. So I think it'll be good, and I think it'll be and again, this is the website too. Drake's Creek stream, linear body of water flowing on the Earth's surface. Oh, you don't say. And this is the area. And then there's Drake's Creek Park, right? There's a dam over there. So I'm just gonna kind of go with the flow, right? And see what happens. I am there, like I said, just to be of service, and I think that's the best thing that'll help out with at least ruling some places out. Um, I can't lie and say I would want to find Sebastian there, um, but unfortunately, I think we have to look everywhere. So, and Jen also mentions that she has some other hot spots and places for us to look because she has some alternate theories as well. You know, yeah, and just go where it leads. Yeah, that's the best thing, Kiki. I think that's the only thing we can do. Um, in this situation is just put our heads together, think of places that haven't been checked, maybe even some that have been checked. um so it's important to do all of that. And of course I think it's important to listen to some key indicators of what could have happened to Sebastian coming from people who probably know, right? So what I want to do tonight is share with you guys this video of Susan Constantine on Nerdy Addict. And whoops, daisy. All right. So let's do this. I'll share this out. And this is Nerdy Addict and Eva. They have a channel here on YouTube. And Susan Constantine, again, is a body language expert. And so she uses science and her charts and maps and things that she has created. I guess she said there's like 16, I think 16 or 18 altogether of people who are actually like coaches for this body language analysis that they are speaking of in this interview. Ann Brock is here. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. So, you know, I find her to be a reliable source. I thought she did a wonderful job. There were a lot of people in the chat that just could not get over the last episode that we went over last night, right? So, they could just not wrap their brains around the fact that Chris Proudfoot told Nerdy that there was a warrant served a year after Sebastian went missing for electronic devices and also cameras. And people couldn't understand or wrap their heads around why that wouldn't be done in Seth's house as well. Right. And even after listening to a body language expert explain for almost an hour that the Proudfeet scored a 52% truthful on their test here, right? They still couldn't understand it. And even when this body language expert said that there was no analysis for Seth because Seth was found to be truthful, which means that the piece of paper would probably come out blank or just say not deceptive. They couldn't wrap their minds around that Seth was not deceptive according to this body language expert's analysis. They just couldn't get it, or they wouldn't get it, right? So we're going to go over it. But you know, I just have to say that for people who say that they use common sense, what I just described is not using common sense at all. As a matter of fact, it's being stubborn, it's digging your heels in, and it's basically refusing to concede the obvious. All right, Nerdy Addict and Eva with Susan Constantine.
Good evening, Nerdbird Mafia and all the new friends this evening. A little less stressful tonight. We have Susan Constantine on the backstage. We have Eva joining us from Jacksonville, 7 days sober and with a sponsor. She's interested in asking Susan some questions tonight. I just got done from a meeting and it was probably one of the most fun meetings I've ever been to, partly because there was a man with Tourette's who would just randomly yell, "Fuck a chip." "Fuck a chip," he'd say from the back of the room. And I and many others were just in tears almost. So Susan's ready. We have an interesting live here. Not a whole lot of content tonight. Most people have already watched these interviews. What I did was submit the interview links with Sebastian's stepfather, his mother, and Seth Rogers. And Susan is on tonight. Welcome, Susan. Welcome, Eva.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Susan, you and I came in contact back in 2020 before my recovery journey started. I had reached out to you. It was when Ahmaud Arbery was shot by 2 white men. And then shortly after, there were 3 African-American men who had been found hanging from trees. And we were debating whether it was suicide or a crime. I appreciate reconnecting with you 5 years later and you coming on the show. We will open up the telephone lines at the tail end of this. Susan, why don't you give everyone your background and what you do?
Sure. So I'm a human behavior expert. I specialize not only just as a practitioner in behavioral analysis, I actually have a master's degree in it. So unlike some of the other BLF, body language experts that are also trained, but in my background, it's more academic and also as a practitioner in the forensic science of behavioral analysis. So kind of it's a little bit different than some of the other folks out there. Been a trial consultant for almost over 20 years. I cover pretty much every high profile case there is. I've done over 2,500 national appearances, and I know you guys have done a lot too. So anyway, I seem to be the kind of go-to person when it comes to detecting whether somebody's being truthful or not.
Interesting. And we put out the information on Twitter initially when you gave the analysis. We haven't shared the PDF. I have that ready to go. As you saw, someone said, well, look, the behavior panel already did this. They said the stepfather and mother weren't deceptive. We are here for your opinion, and we respect all opinions, and we want to hear it. We know how divisive this case has gotten. And like I always say, opinion should evolve with new data. You're not stale on your education. It sounds like you have continued education. In fact, you were traveling today for that. So you are constantly learning about this field, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. I was training 75 Marion County Bar Association, and so I did a keynote on how to detect deception, teaching them how to, or actually to learn the method in the 6-channel analysis. So I'm
Okay, guys, so she teaches this method of this 6-channel analysis to judges and lawyers to train them in deception I know I was going to say that wrong. Deception detection, right? And we know about the Deception Detective here on YouTube. We love reviewing his work just because he's absolutely versed in looking into and identifying when people are being deceptive, and he uses a sort of model like Susan's going to show us later on, but there is a method to this madness, right? And she does teach this, so you can absolutely master an area of study, but when you've mastered it so much that you're now teaching it to other people and coaching other people, that in my opinion speaks for itself. And so again, I deem Susan to be a credible person, and please do sub up to Susan as well, and Nerdy and Eva. Again, it's not about what the chatters are saying. It's about what the creator is doing, and what they're willing to do, and how brave they're willing to be. That gains my respect. And that's all I got to say about that.
I'm certified. I'm a licensed practitioner through the EIA group, which is out of England. So what I teach, and what I was teaching them as well, is how to identify specific signatures that are associated with deception. What I do not do is put any sort of subjective analysis in, because subjective analysis is your opinion. And really, when you're looking at forensic science, the behaviors are, if you're coding them correctly, she'll speak for themselves. So I don't have to give you my personal opinion of what I think or feel. It's if there's indicators there, those are points of interest that we're going to look at, and we're going to tie it to context.
Interesting. I would love to sit down and play poker with you, because you can probably pick up on some tells, I bet.
It's definitely not in the eye-accessing cues, as I've heard some people say. That whole stuff has been debunked.
Interesting. We're going to jump right into it now. I have the PDF up on the screen here, Susan, and I guess my first question is, how do you discern sort of deceptive behavior versus these two individuals, the emotional stress that they're going through? If a child is missing, obviously, and there's some emotional stresses. So how do you separate the two when you're analyzing?
You have to always consider the baseline, the context, and the account. So those are the three things that you always have to consider. So when I'm doing a forensic.
Okay, so, Susan's talking about forensic behavioral studies, right? And going back and analyzing these people's statements. And she talks about the three considerations, which are the baseline, the context, and the account, right? Because I thought that was a really great question to ask. Again, this all happened on October 17th, 2025. We have that there. Their truth score was 52%. Wah, wah, wah. And, this is a deceptive statement to explore further, right? That's what it says right here. And I know it's a little blurry. I apologize for that. I would have tried to clear that up if I would have noticed it before. It's a little different because I do a lot of this on my phone. So, but basically what they're doing here is um, they're trying to do just a general statement analysis, and they're keying into words like honestly, right? So this is Chris and Katie's interview, and I believe it was the one with Holly Thompson, because it does sound like that. But they're looking at words like honestly, actually, let's see, I believe, right? Things like that. We are, right? They're circling and keying in on these words, and then they're going to be adding them up, right? So I just kind of wanted to point that out before we go on.
Report for an attorney that is analyzing a video. Those are all of the things that I put on the sidebar, which is we have to consider this was, let's say, directly right after the child was missing, or it could be that the emotion, it was due to lack of emotion, could be Botox. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to consider.
Okay, so the lack of emotion being due to Botox, um, she's going to go into explaining that a little bit, but of course, when we get Botox, depending on where we get it, it basically, freezes that area off, right? So you're not going to have the wrinkles and things like that, that you would have, otherwise if you didn't have Botox, say in your forehead. But she's going to go over, the different ways that we can detect whether someone is showing worry, right? Because you see those worry lines kind of crunch up with your on your forehead, along with your eyebrows kind of turning inwards and that sort of thing. That's just something that we all do, right, when we're in distress. But it also links up to the muscles in our lower face as well. And Susan's going to get into that. But again, that's why, you do have to consider Botox being, part of a concession, special concession. Once you know that, then you can understand why somebody is not appearing to have forehead wrinkles, because they can't have those because they've been injected with that Botox stuff.
But when you're considering all of these things, there are clusters that are associated with deception. So that's what I want to speak to, and which is what I pulled up here in the language. Now, this is a statement analysis report, and any of those what I'll call the deception sleuths, I think this would be really helpful for you guys to even do yourself. You can go on to Deceptio AI, and Mark McClish is the one who developed this with an IP guy that developed this app, whom I also have been in contact with many times. And there are certain words and phrases and how it is used throughout text that give us insight into how that person is actually processing information.
Okay, so again, they're just looking to see how people are processing the information that they're putting out there or given, right? And so again, they have all of these keywords circled, like looking, I am, let's see, trying, and then because is a big one, right? Because, and we're going to go into that a little bit more, because whenever you, use a word like but, it kind of negates every single thing that you said before that, and you can kind of throw that out and understand that what the person's really trying to tell you is the second part of the sentence that's following the word but. Everything else can be thrown out because they're basically telling you that all that doesn't matter. And again, I'm trying to just explain this for the best of my ability, but I'm trying to kind of make it a little bit easier for people to understand, because I know people were having a really tough time with it. They also circled the word child, so these little nuances in language, these are the ones that they're keying in on.
So, for example, if someone were to make a comment about a car, and then later on they called it a vehicle, well, that would be interesting, because we want to know Why did they change the language, the terminology? Could one be the getaway car and the vehicle was one somebody else drove or picked him up afterwards? So this is where we really start to look at language word for word. And this is all from the person's subconscious. So, I mean, they're just rapid firing off a conversation, and, and every single word can be analyzed. So,
okay, so they're just analyzing the statement. And no, Jen, it's not a lobotomy. So there's no part of your brain that's taken out when you get Botox. It's literally an injection of I don't even know what substance it is because I don't get Botox. But like they use it for people who even get bad migraines and stuff. It's supposed to help. I also saw someone, oddly enough, Balin out loud. Has Tourette's, and the Botox can be used to help with the facial tics. And so, there's a lot of different uses for it, but a lot of ladies like to get it so that way they don't have any wrinkles. So that's basically what it is. It's going to make it so your face is, kind of not going to, because I mean, all of our lines on our faces come from our facial expressions, right? Over time, and as we get older, they form because of our facial expressions. People say they have laugh lines or, that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Katie gets Botox. Thank you, Marion. I don't think Katie gets Botox. And that was one thing that I just kind of ruled out. But you'll see that even when somebody has Botox, just depending on the area, they're still going to show signs of these facial muscles that are all interconnected in our face, and that come about when we're feeling a certain type of emotion. So, again, very interesting.
in Deceptio AI, I use this a lot in baseline. So, for example, if I have a person that reaches out to me and says, I want to talk to you because I have a case that I'd like to share with you, which is my own personal story, and I'm being accused of being deceptive, or whatever it is, I get a ton of it. Little do they know, I run that story right through Deceptio AI because I want to know if their story they're telling me, just on the language itself, where do they score? And a lot of times, especially with something like this, a 52, I would have turned around and sent it back to him and said, okay, you ready to tell me the real story? So this was, this language analysis was combining both in combination of mom and the stepdad.
Okay, guys, so really quick, and I'm going to rewind it. So Susan took the statement analysis and she used both of them as the same kind of as one, right? She combined it. Now she could have picked it apart statement by statement, what Chris said, what Katie said, but because they were both sitting, I'm assuming, in the same room, telling a joint account of the events, right? That she decided to score them together or to test them out together. And really it's not a test. I don't know what is a better word to use for it. But again, it's a statement analysis. It's just grabbing these words actually, honestly, to be honest. And we know Katie loves to be, to be honest. I mean, she loves saying stuff like that, but typically that's tripping people off, that someone is being deceptive with them, right? If they're overusing the word. And that's why it's they're counting the instances. One thing I love about this program, which it's very expensive, because it charges you like not only by the month but by the word. And so I'm not at the level yet that I'd be able to purchase something like this. But I think it's valuable because what you can do with this, even as a creator, I could have taken people's statements to me, right? And then I could have scored them this way, and I could have just sent it back to them, like Susan said, and said, okay, are you ready to tell me the truth? Especially at a 52%. At a 90%, or even maybe even an 80%, because we all do lie. Everybody lies. But I'm just saying, even at an 80%, I wouldn't be offended. At a 52%, I mean, I'm a little offended that because you're lying to me at such a rate that it's offending my sensibilities and my intelligence. So, and nice try, Bucko. I just send that shit right back to them. But I think that's valuable because again, she's not telling us her opinions. What she's doing is she's plugging this statement in, and the computer is identifying these key words in order to indicate whether someone is being truthful or deceptive. And when she plugged Seth's uh, statement in, she's saying that there was no deception detected, right? Um, so again, very interesting, and I thought it was just worth revisiting again. Um, yeah, Kylie Ray says practical linguistics channel is a good tough or a good place. Sorry, exactly like Peter Hyatt was. Yeah, I liked Peter Hyatt a lot. I respected him a lot for what he did. I still respect him. And his analysis on Sebastian's case was spot on, in my opinion. Even things came into play that I wasn't even it would have never came onto my radar. I mean, maybe I would have figured it out after 2 years, perhaps. But definitely not to the level that he was able to analyze that interview. And it's just so valuable because when we have these experts that take the time out for us, I think that they deserve to be respected and at least considered. The way that Susan was treated was kind of awful, but I mean, that might that could be a whole nother show. Because it just goes to how rotten it's really gotten and involved in Sebastian's case. I mean, just the pure hatred and refusal to listen to the truth. It's mad. So yeah, Miriam, I can't say that I would be the one to feel great about having somebody inject something into my face. I'd probably take the wrinkles. But again, they do use it for like medical treatment. So I mean, if I was getting migraines all the time and they told me that would help, I would probably try it. Or if I had Tourette's and I had facial tics, I would do anything to, kind of help that. Kind of immobilizes an area. Yeah, witchy. Some people describe it as something being frozen in place. Yes, it's injected like a filler. Thank you, witchy. That's perfect. Thank you. So yeah, because like that's what I was thinking, like frozen. You know what I mean? But not really, right? Because it's injected, and in multiple kind of spots, and then yeah, it's a filler, and so whatever skin that's extra, right, that's wrinkling up is going to be smooth. Thank you, Witchy. Yeah, because I mean, I know some people probably are like, "What the heck is Botox?" Um, yeah, yeah. A lot of the very beautiful actresses get it done because they don't want to have any wrinkles. They want to look younger and stuff. And sometimes I've really seen them ruin their faces, and not to be but when they have like the big lips and everything, and it's like, okay, there's no way that matches the rest of your face. Again, that's a whole nother show. Yeah, he did fun too, Ski. Thanks for being here, hon. Yeah, he did. And rest in peace, Peter Hyatt. I just appreciate his insight before his departure. So, and very, very valuable, in my opinion.
If it were one, because I looked at them as this was combining both in combination of mom and the stepdad, as if it were one, because I looked at them as a unit rather than individuals. You can also break it down to per individual. I did not run dads through bio dad because there was absolutely nothing that I found that was deceptive in any of the behavior that I saw. On this one here, since there was so much context in it and there were long interviews, I wanted to run this through first. Now, I just want you to know that's only one channel of 6 channels you look at.
Okay, so again, she's got this 6-point or 6-channel analysis that she does, and this is just one part of it, right? Part one or number one. But again, I just want to echo what she said was that, she didn't find the statements by Seth to be deceptive or to, quite literally raise any eyebrows. And so she decided to focus on the ones that she felt was off. And any of us that have watched the Chris and Katie interviews, unless you're deranged and demented, in my opinion, you can absolutely pick up on that immediately, that there's something off with them, their statements, their demeanor, especially the ones where we can see their face and their body language, or their faces, excuse me, and their body language. That I mean, they're just, it's a dead giveaway.
So the algorithm that I'm looking at when I'm watching behavior, just kind of give you a little background. I'm looking at what we call a 3-2-7. I'm looking for 3 indicators and at least 2 channels within the 6 channels, which can combine facial expressions. It could be the voice, the content, whether their interactional style, their body language. There's multiple areas that we're looking at, and there's 27 points of interest that are only proven, and I want to really stress this, that are only proven to be deceptive. Anything outside of that is pseudoscience. I just want to let you guys know that, because really we work hard in the behavioral sciences industry to really raise the bar and not call out stuff that is not backed up by science.
Okay, so again, Susan's an expert. She's a professional. She actually teaches this material, and she's very careful to speculate on coincidences and things of that nature. But it's just because of what, she does in her background. And so, here we are, the keywords and key explanations, right? So, and I'm going to stop to read all of this, but I just want to point some of these out. So, honestly, actually, home, right? 7 of those, 5 of those, 4 of those. And we're going to kind of go over this because I cropped it in a little bit. So hopefully we'll be able to see this a little bit better. But again, I just want to say that there's more to, I will say there's a scientific method to what she is explaining here and how she is coming to this 52% score.
And research, okay? So when I looked at this, this statement, highly deceptive. Now, why? The question is, you asked me earlier, is there a way to explain it? Well, when it gets to this magnitude, they failed miserably together. So there is information within here that is really revealing, and I would really suggest you pop that up there, because I think it's super interesting for people to know what I'm looking at and why people, for example, most people, well, when they're truthful, you will use contractions. They'll say, I didn't do it, I wasn't there, instead of saying I was not there, and they didn't use a contracture. That is a very formal way of disguising the truth. So there is these nuances in language that we analyze. And if you can imagine, like if on my team, I have a large team of experts.
And I will say too, and I'll rewind it, but I love all that is unseen. Good to see you, hon. She says, I see those 3 words all the time, or I say those 3 words all the time. Oops. Well, I think it's more of context, right? I mean, it's different if it's just part of one's vocabulary. That's why they establish that baseline. That's why that's so important, because they're analyzing the nuances of language as they're being spoken here in these statements, but it all goes back to a context and that baseline and what's being talked about and what's being said, right? And so I wouldn't get too worried about it. All that is unseen, because I don't think that makes you deceptive or anything like that. Or I think it's more so when we're trying to analyze a statement and how it all comes together, rather than just these words, but the overuse of the words, honestly, 5 times for actually. And I mean, we all use the word home, right, when we're referring to home, but it's about the context and how it's being used.
That are qualified to do this, and that is that when I'm looking at a statement, this is just kind of a baseline from this Deceptio, but if you can imagine like a crime scene, right? You see them on some of these Law and Order shows, right? You see all the pictures and all the lines, you got them all kind of connected, who's connected to what. That is what statement analysis looks like. So when we're analyzing a statement, we are drawing correlations. We're looking for omitted information. I'm looking for glossed over. What are you not telling us? Are you giving me too much information? Are you too vague? Are you too explicit? And all of this stuff is all has been put into a technology, which is super cool, and it will sift it all for you in a microsecond. So
all right, so it'll sift through all of this in a microsecond, right? Because the computer is going to be able to identify all of these words and everything. Really cool technology. But again, you know, they're looking for omission of information. They're looking for people who are over explaining information. Those are all key indicators that we can all just recognize without having this computer software at our fingertips. We can just key into these nuances in language in order to kind of make ourselves more keen to, you know, keying in on these things when we hear them or when we see these behaviors. So again, with these keywords, it's a little easier to see here. So when she used honestly 4 times, the word honestly is not needed. People will sometimes use this word to add emphasis to their statement in an effort to convince you they are being truthful. You should ask some questions in order to ascertain if the person is being truthful or has a habit of using this word. So again, all that is unseen, because you have a habit of using that word, then your baseline is going to look a little bit different, right? And so when they see that, when they're seeing this, this is what the computer is spitting out for an explanation. They're adding that caveat in there, right? If it's a habit of the person or not. So all things considered, right? And then you can really get down to a more fair and like a more fair and balanced analysis, right? And really kind of key in, okay, is that something that they always say, or is it something that they're saying because they're trying to convince somebody of their honesty, you know? So I honestly understand. Yeah, I mean it's you know, it's just interesting. Like, I mean, some of this you know, could be off, right? But I think it's interesting. So they use the word actually 5 times. I think Chris Proudfoot is the one that used actually. And he kind of, in my opinion, the way that Chris Proudfoot uses it is like actually, like you don't know what the hell you're talking about, kind of the thing, right? So that's what I think Chris Proudfoot um sounds like when he's using actually, because I think he's the one that probably uses that more. I know Katie is the one that says honestly more, and that's just because I've analyzed their interviews probably way too much. But if they're using actually, the explanation here is always actually always means a person is comparing 2 thoughts. For example, did you buy a new car? And is a question. And then somebody would say, actually, I bought a new truck. Uh, in this answer, the person is comparing buying a car with buying a truck. In the statement, you are examining, looking to see if you can determine what the person was comparing. When the word actually is used and and you don't know what the person was comparing, you then have some undisclosed information. You should attempt to find out what the person was thinking. If it's possible the person gave a truthful answer but was also thinking about something else, it may also be the person has told you a lie and was thinking about the truth. So this one's a little bit more complex in the way that the first one seems to be correcting the questioner, right? Saying, no, actually, I didn't buy a car, I bought a truck, right? But the second part of this could be that they're withholding information, right? Because they're, and in my opinion, this is how Chris Proudfoot comes off in when he's using actually, but also because he's, trying to be a smart ass, in my opinion. Um, Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's true, Kylie Ray. I think to make it simple, whatever Chris says, he means the opposite. And that's what's really difficult when we're looking at some of the things that Chris has come out with as of late, right? Like especially when we were looking at what he was telling Nerdy and then some of the things he said recently. It's just like, I mean, I almost want to turn him off, right? And not listen to anything he has to say. And he's not the only one I've ever felt like that about, right? I mean, even Devlin's mom, to a certain point, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to get any more truthful information um coming my way from you, right? Like I realized that her stories were the same every time, but it was because they were rehearsed type of a thing. Um, so in that case, I just kind of turn those people off because I don't trust them and I'm not going to listen to their bullshit, right? I don't have time for that for it. Especially if I'm trying to figure out what happened. So, um, yeah, Chris does need a leash. Jen, he does need a leash. He absolutely does. Some people are definitely more specific, so they might get used to certain words. Yeah. Well, and if it's just part of your regular vocabulary, vernacular, it's a little different than when you're trying to explain yourself, right? And again, with this actually, I don't think he was correcting the person who was answering the question. Sometimes, maybe, but more so, I think he was being deceptive. So, and the reason that I think that is because we can see that their statements and their stories have never stayed consistent. And it's not about them staying the same, it's about them staying consistent. I believe there is a difference again when we're applying it to the statement analysis. And so the word home was used 7 times. 7 times this word home is used. The word home indicates a place of warmth and comfort. The word house is colder and sterile, right? So look to see how the person used the word home. We do not expect a victim to say they were taken to a home, right, and sexually abused. Most victims would say that they were taken to a house, right? So that just puts it into perspective. Again, they're not going to say the person brought me home because a home is a place of comfort and warmth and somewhere where you feel safe, right? A house is just a house, right? Their house. So just really interesting. When we look at where Katie was using the word home, she would usually be saying that about Sebastian. I want him to come home. Remember that? I want him to come home. And that weird rocking and incessant rocking. I don't think that it was genuine, or I wouldn't be referring to it like I am. I think it was absolutely rehearsed, overdone, performative. Um, Again, because she didn't want to let on that, she's not that grieving mother who doesn't know where her son is. She knows where he is. In my opinion, Katie knows. And ever since I saw that video, I knew that Katie knew where her son was. And I think the home, right? That right there is the big one for me. Home, 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 home. 7 times.
I would suggest for anybody, if they can find manifestos or they can find statements that you can translate it immediately through Deception. Now they now have that availability, or you can go to rev.com and upload a video, and it will put it into a document, and then you can upload that into Deception, and then you can have it analyzed within a second. So I think this is super cool.
Interesting. And if there's a slide that you want me to go through, there's 15 pages here. Just let me know what page, and I'm happy to forward to that page. Go ahead.
You don't have to really look through all of them, because the whole thing is, these are all indicators in language. This is just content now. That's only one of the 6 channels, right? Just in content. They're already listed here. Where you see them mention the same word over and over and over again, or it could be, well, honestly or truthfully. And we know that that is associated with deceptive behavior, or using the words but, but, and you can literally erase the sentence in front of it, because they're literally giving you an opposition. This is what I'm saying, but they're saying something else, so you can literally erase the words before that. So you have to understand how statement analysis works, but you don't really have to figure that out, because this program's already figured it out for you.
Pretty cool. The analysis noted present tense verbs like hear, see, smell, while recalling past events. And in your experience, how reliable is that as a deception?
That's very powerful.
Okay, guys, and I just want to point out a troll comment here, in my opinion. And we know that the troll comments are off-topic, comments that really don't have a rhyme or reason. They just want to stir the pot, that sort of thing. So what about when a parent has been asked to withhold certain information from the public, right? I have never seen an innocent parent get up in front of everybody, asking them, begging them, pleading for help, and telling them that they can't give out that information, right? The parents know, who are not involved, a little bit more of what police are doing, because at a certain point in most normal cases, they will clear one or all of the family members, right? Depending. And they usually do that when they can clear everyone, right? In one fell swoop. Because if they were to come out and say, well, we think, 4 out of the suspected people, say there's 5 suspected people and 4 of them, we're going to clear them. Well, that just leaves 1. So the public is going to hone in on that. I mean, we're not stupid, right? Well, some of us aren't. Or we just choose to, hold on because we don't want to be wrong. It's a big ego problem. I think that this is a part of the problem here, is talking about how a parent has to withhold information from the public. As I said before, there's no reason to hide from the public key details that can exonerate you, and most people would readily give that information. Just like when Seth gave everybody a view of his time cards, which he never had to do that, but he did it anyway, because that was one thing that he could do to show that he was in fact at work all night. Chris and Katie have never done anything like that. To the contrary, they've spread misinformation and have taunted the public with false statements, like even to the PIs, oh, he might be in a basement somewhere. Oh, I think the trafficking angle is stupid, but check the dark web and all this crazy crap. They know where Sebastian is. They are withholding that information, in my opinion.
Verbs like hear, see, smell, while recalling past events. And in your experience, how reliable is that as a deception?
That's very powerful.
Versus trauma-based memory, versus trauma-based memory recall?
Well, smell is something that you're smelling in the present tense, right? Not past, like I smelt this, okay? Let me give you an example. I was sitting through the Casey Anthony trial. I was there the whole time. I did multiple hits on that one. And there was a point, I'm going to bring this to home to you because you can get it. There was a point where there was an expert that was talking about the smell of the human decomposition that was in the trunk. Now, I'm going to ask your viewers out there, if a mother had heard that an expert was talking about the most grotesque thing, which is, the human decomposition of her daughter in the trunk of a car, what do you think her emotions would be? That's a question to you guys.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just...
Okay, well, I mean, I'll answer that question. Feel free to answer in the chat. You don't have to. But if I was talking about something like that, I don't even know if I could breathe. It's my opinion. And I don't think so either, Patty. I don't. I think that was made up, right? And I do know that Justin even received an email back from, I believe it was Detective Carter, talking about how they can't tell anyone what to say, right? We live in a free country. The police cannot tell us that we can't say something, right? I mean, obviously, um, there's a certain way that we should probably conduct ourselves, right, to the police and be respectful. But there's circumstances where people get angry and they say things. They can't stop you from saying something. Now, if you hurt an officer or, punch him out or something like that, yeah, you're going to have an issue, right? But I mean, otherwise, we can say whatever the hell we want to say. That's not going to, I mean, for one, they're not a lawyer. For one, police officers are not there to give any type of legal advice. Chris was too busy asking police whether he should start a GoFundMe instead of asking police where they think his stepson is. I mean, he's nothing but trash, in my opinion, to do something like that, right? But he's asking them these questions instead of saying, do you think Sebastian could be, X amount of miles from here? Where should we start looking? No, he's not worried about that. He was worried about starting a GoFundMe. And he says that the police advised against it, which I can't say that I believe or disbelieve that. I'm sure maybe they lended a little bit of expertise, but again, they're not going to say that's, unless it's illegal, right? They're going to tell you like, well, that's up to you. That's not on me to decide. That's what is best for you and your family, right? And again, they're not lawyers. They're not going to give you any type of advice that way. To know that that's where his brain went first is alarming, in my opinion. So I think that Chris has lied many times, and Nancy Grace did call him out. Yeah, Patty, Nancy Grace called Chris out when they were speaking about Katie's work van. Nancy Grace was asking questions about Katie's work van and saying, oh, was it in the driveway? Right. Do you typically park it outside the driveway or in? She was asking questions about Katie's work van, and Chris said that Katie's employer has never given her permission to disclose that information. And Nancy Grace said, well, did you ask them for permission, or, what's the deal? And Chris was dumbfounded by the follow-up question. Right? He wasn't expecting a follow-up question because people were taking him for his word because he's such a vile creature, and people were avoiding getting yelled at and having to listen to his narcissistic wrath and rage, that they weren't asking proper follow-up questions. They were having to smooch his booty because they were trying to get information for Sebastian to find him, because we all knew what kind of a trash bag we were dealing with when we met Chris Proudfoot for the first time on Duchess's panel. I myself met him the first time on Holly Thompson's interview and thought that was the first interview for a little bit. Then I realized, oh, there's something else that they did. And the minute that they come up on the stage is when I came up with the polished turds, right? Because, Duchess is like, oh, thank you so much for being here. And Chris goes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Like he's fucking God's gift. Unbelievable. Trash. Horrible. Sebastian deserves better. And then Katie sitting back there fake crying. I mean, I was like, I can't even believe this. Well, and the van was always visible in the driveway, Brenda. I mean, I think the reason why they were worried about about questions about the work van is because Katie's profession is an installation technician for a security company like Brink's Home Security. And they were trying to make everybody believe that they didn't have cameras at the house, that there weren't any cameras, right? Because a logical, rational person who can think for themselves, right? That's not in the YouTube vacuum of disgusting turmoil. Can surmise that, can deduct that information and say, oh, so she's an installation technician for Brink's Home Security and she doesn't have a security system to see if her child ran away and he's autistic, but she thinks he ran away by himself. Has he ever done that before? I mean, duh. Not to go back to the 90s, but duh. Hey, Kylie. Yeah, Kylie says the polished turds, my finest masterpiece, It's like, oh, good Lord. Makes me wonder what I do with my life sometimes. But honestly, that's the way I looked at it. Because look, they had all these people trying to help them find Sebastian. And here they are up there acting like turds, and then people are going and polishing them like, oh, you got to be nice to these people. Not really. I think they're jerks. And then he goes up on Smiley's bragging about how he beat Sebastian with the belt. And then Katie's sitting back there all indignant. He didn't beat my son with the belt. Yeah, he did, Katie. He sure as hell did. He just said it. Right? Whack kind of got him. Then he goes to school and he tells his teacher. Yeah, you lying sacks of crap. All right. Well, here, let's get back to this.
Eva, you followed that case, and that's your home case here that you were following.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, devastated and hysterical and tears. Everything that you would expect a mom to be.
Right, exactly. So what she exhibited on her facial expression, and I sat right there, right on the side of her, saw her right there. She showed a micro expression of disgust. She went like this. Okay. Now,
wow.
Okay. That told me bringing her into recall of the odor created a psychophysiological response, which is one of the channels within the 6 channels. It was on point right within that same microsecond. So you can then correlate that expression to that content at that exact same moment. See how it works? So you have to correlate. There's a correlation. So back to this one, when you use the word smell is in present tense. Okay, so people that speak in present tense of a situation, this is where deception comes in, because when you're talking about something that had happened or that you recalled, you're going to speak to it in past tense. I smelt something bad rather than I smell something bad. That's in present tense. So
okay, guys, so tense matters, using present, past, future tense, all of that stuff matters in statement analysis. And that's one example of how it matters or why it matters. And Jen says, I think the electronics were in the van, in my opinion. They very well could have been. And here's the thing, and here's my problem. And again, I'm not going to try to bash law enforcement, but if you're a law enforcement officer that's been a detective, that worked your way up, and now you're next in line for sheriff, you would think that that would be the first place you would look, especially once you understand and get the knowledge that this woman is a Brinks home security systems installation technician. Then you're going to go there and you're going to look in her van to see if any of those electronics belong to them, right? You're going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb just to make sure, because Eric Craddock said that he was going to leave no stone left unturned. That's a stone. That's a big fucking stone to leave unturned. A big one. A whole van that could have electronics in there, and little Miss Sharon thinks so too. And it very well could have had a lot of equipment in there that could have been used in order to detour people from finding Sebastian, right? When you understand tech and you're very tech savvy, there is a lot to be said about that when there's no electronic data left behind. There's no video of Sebastian left behind. You know, and mind you, Katie was living there by herself with her son the whole entire month, and it never occurred to her to put in a security camera. Yeah, when she preaches that to people every day and talks about home security every single day, I will never buy that.
You have to tie it into the context of what he was asked or what he was talking about that provoked that response, and then you create the correlation. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I originally gave this PDF to our Discord group. We work on the back end on missing children cases and more. And a lot of people, their first reaction was, well, I talk this way. I say some of these words, does that make me deceptive? What do you say to those folks?
Well, it doesn't make you deceptive until you start to count them. So just because you use that phrase, let's now take an entire conversation of where there's a high stakes situation. Would you agree that this is high stakes?
It is, yes.
Okay, so if it's high stakes, then you have a lot to gain and a lot to lose. You have a lot to gain if you're going to lie, to be able to tell that there's a lot to gain, that you'll gain the respect from other people, because they'll think, okay, well, they're telling the truth. So it's really important that they believe me, because the other side of it is, oh my God, if I'm not believed, what could this mean? They could arrest me, they could charge me, I might be, be held, be looked at as being the person is of interest. So there's a lot to win or lose. So you also have to consider stakes. How high are the stakes? And is it really important to you? Like, you really have to have a lot at stake in order to detect deception. So back to your question is, just to make a phrase like saying, well, I honestly don't know. Okay. You say it one time. That's really nothing. When you start to see things repeated and you start to accumulate what we call deceptive indicators in language, then it starts to tell more and unfold a story. So,
all right, so deceptive indicators in language add up, right? And like right here, 18 times the word butt was used. And I'm not talking about the double T, right? We're not talking about a booty here. We're talking about butt, right? Which you might as well just negate everything you just said when you use the word but. It's like if I was to say to Kylie Ray, I'm so very sorry that I hurt your feelings and I made you feel really bad, and I upset you so much. Please accept my apology, but I was going through a lot too at that time. That totally negates my apology and alleviates accountability. And that's the simplest way I can put it. Right. I don't know if anybody else has ever had a sorry butt, but if you get a sorry butt, just know that person's not sorry. Okay. Because they're being deceptive with you. Personal dictionary, right? 16 times the word searching. The word searching or looking was used, right? 12 times the word with. And again, all of us can say that we use these words regularly, especially with and but, right? But when we put it into context, it makes a huge difference. And again, you can see how the emphasis is on the second part of my statement rather than the first, because I use the word but. that matters. And that's how it's different than just using those words willy-nilly like we always do, throughout our language, throughout our day. Context matters.
So to the person who asked that question, that person is correct. However, there is, when you start to add them up, the more they add up, because I'm telling you, I analyze these statements all the time. And most people, especially when they're telling the truth, are going to score around a 93. The fact that it was in the 50s, I'm telling you, there is something they're not telling us, and it's showing up in their language.
This tool, this AI tool that analyzes it.
I have absolutely used it too myself, Marion. I have, particularly like if I was a little late to work, I'd be like, I'm so sorry, but I was caught in traffic. Right? That's the part that I wanted somebody to hear rather than, I guess, that I was sorry for it, right? And it's not something that, you really think about until you analyze the statement, and then you're aware of it. And you're kind of like, yeah, so I shouldn't probably do that, because that is negating everything I said before that. Which he says, I used to tell my kids butts don't belong in apologies. Now I feel validated for doing it. Oh, I love that. I think that's a great, way to put things, especially to a little kid, because you're kind of teaching them that they have to be accountable. There is no but to it, right? It's just that you're sorry. I'm sorry for doing that. Won't do it again, type of a thing. So, and that's what my mom would say too. Like, sorry means you're not going to do it again, right? You're going to try really hard not to do it again. When we were little, she'd always say that too. So, well, and I mean, I think that there's probably some excessive drinking going on, but that's not for me to judge, really, because the thing is that, here's the thing. If we're over the age of 21, we're allowed to drink. Now we have legalized Mary Jane and things like that. So, I mean, do I frown upon it? I mean, look, if somebody's drunk and they're telling me a statement, it's hard to analyze it because you don't know. You're dealing with somebody who's drunk. They could be over emotional. They could be oversharing. It could be a truth serum of sorts. But in the same way, you don't ever try to analyze someone's statements when they're under the influence of anything, because it can influence their statement and make it less credible. That's why you won't typically see someone who is I mean, it's not unheard of, but typically you won't see someone who is an active addict or alcoholic who's going to be a prime witness or a star witness for anything, right? Because they're under the influence, and they might have had a hazy memory of something, and it just discredits the witness. So everyone has butts and everybody says but, right? Just with one T or another. I've heard that a drunk person tells the truth in that situation. Well, that's what I'm saying, Marion. I mean, it could be viewed like a truth serum, right? Like somebody could be in their feels and they're ready to confess, and then the next day they're like, oh shit, I think I told the truth. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes people are more truthful when they're drinking. Things pop out. Right. So, I mean, I totally see that. But yeah, that's kind of why they try not to use a witness that's under the influence, or that was at the time.
It's widely used in your community?
It is widely used within law enforcement.
Interesting. There's a good question up here. That was Deceptive. Is that how you say Deceptive? Trained on programs like Noldis.
I'm not familiar with Noldis. This was created by originally like Shapiro, who is a renowned statement analysis expert. And then Mark McClish is also a renowned statement analysis expert. So it's based on police reports and known liars of what language that they consistently use that they found. So I don't know this particular program you're speaking about. I go right to the source, who is actually the creators and who actually do this as a practitioner.
And these AI systems, just so everyone knows, because I'm in tech, they have to be trained by a professional human or a group of humans, right? There's a science to it. Noldis is a Dutch company that specializes in behavioral research technology. They develop software and hardware tools to use to observe, record, analyze, and understand human and animal behavior. So it's probably very similar to this. I would say that the two probably don't work together. They're very separate entities that probably are doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I think you're talking about sentiment analysis. So you're trying to determine how that person is actually processing thinking and how their language is coming across to other people, and you can analyze that. You can do the same thing with ChatGPT.
Absolutely. People pointing out that they've caught Seth over the past couple months, a year, caught in lies, but that's not your specialty. Your specialty is reading people's linguistics and more, right? You haven't dived into the fact checking of this. You are just doing it off of your experience in linguistics and reading their faces and obviously loading into tools like this, right?
Well, I use a tool for you because this was an easy demonstration of one of the channels. So to answer your question, when you're doing behavioral analysis, we do not look at all of the context of all of the forensic evidence, okay? That will bias what we do. Because when you're watching the behavior, I'm analyzing, looking for specific points of interest that are being exhibited within 7 seconds of a probe or stimulus question. That is what I'm looking at. Okay. So if because I have cases that have come across my desk and they want to tell me everything there is to know about the case, I go, I don't want to hear it, because that's
Okay, so what she's really saying, and I'll back it up just a little bit, but what she's really saying here is that she's looking for the timing as well. So she wants to ask a question, and she wants to, see the timing, because they also have that down to a science, according to the information that she's giving out. So 7 seconds is what she's using here to explain that, and so she's saying that she's not trying to listen to all of the other information, all the noise, so to speak. What she's really looking at is the statement and how long it takes for them to make the statement, that sort of thing. So that's where she's looking specifically. Oh, I don't want to back it up too much.
When you're watching the behavior, I'm analyzing, looking for specific points of interest that are being exhibited within 7 seconds of a probe or stimulus question. That is what I'm looking at. Okay. So if because I have cases that have come across my desk and they want to tell me everything there is to know about the case, I go, I don't want to hear it, because that's going to bias me. So I'm already going to form an opinion, because the language will speak for itself. The body language will speak for itself. The interactional style, the facial expression anomalies that I'm looking for, profiles, synchrony, duration of moments of emotion, how long they keep their, the eye closure, rapid eye blinking, and all this sort of thing that are all tied in. I know how to time it because I have some of them has to happen in 0.3 seconds. So when you do all of that kind of in depth, you don't need anything else. So that's not my job to say, well, the evidence says this or the evidence says that. I mean, okay, well, that's good. So now we need to create some correlations.
Questions from the chat. They asked which video or interview you analyzed of Seth. I'm putting it up on the screen. It was the one done off of Court TV. What's your take on Seth's? He went on Nancy Grace to take a polygraph. First time around, his meds interfered with that process. He had to take it again. But I'm more interested in your opinion, because it's not your field, I guess. What's your opinion on him denying TBI the polygraph test? So he's, TBI went to both mom and stepdad. They took the TBI analysis polygraph, but Seth refuses to. What's your take on that?
He could be skeptical. Does he have any other issues within his background? Any of his taking medication? Was he on, is he a drug user or has been a drug user? All of those things. First of all, you're not supposed to do any sort of analysis when a person is on any sort of med. You need to have that ahead of time, because it is going to affect how you're going to your motor movements, all of that. That will affect it, and also too whether you're autistic, you have ADHD, all those kind of things. We do need to know from a psychological point of view. So all those are important. The fact that he didn't want to do it, what I would want to know is, does he have anything in his background? Has he ever had any former convictions? Does he have a drug abuse problem? So you have to do those considerations. Remember, I was talking about the reason why he doesn't want to take it. Consider this, consider that, consider this, and consider that. Now, I just want to see him when he's telling me the story. So I did look at all this, because I mentioned to you prior to getting on this, I'm very familiar with this case, because I cannot disclose because I have an NDA. but I'm very familiar with this case and have been working this case. So I can't give you some information that I already know why I know it.
And I think it's interesting. So people that are biased or think that this channel is biased, and I know who you're working with, and I don't get along with that person, but still here you are on the show because we want to hear everyone's opinion, because when it comes to a missing child, every opinion is important, at least to me. So there's some behavior.
It is to me too. And I'm going to show you guys a video that I put together of Chris's statements and Seth's statements regarding the polygraph test, but I'm just going to let some of this play through a little bit more, but I have that prepared as well because there was no refusal of the polygraph test. You know, and again, I just chalk it up to the chat is trying to convince, you know, Nerdy and Eva, in my opinion, that Seth had involvement when he didn't. And there was a lot of people that was in the chat that were trying to push this narrative, which is false. So I'll show that here in a little bit.
I think from everyone that sort of, I mean, you could say that Seth's been caught in a lie. I've had a conversation with Chris, and it wasn't a scheduled conversation. I was in Tennessee on the ground, and he had some flyers. As you know, flyers get expensive, and I just depleted my stock, and someone put me in contact with him. We ended up talking for about 2.5 hours, and I relayed the information as best as I can. I didn't fudge it. I didn't lie. I basically relayed it without recording it. And I know that my memory is good because, you know, I have a text message thread with Chris, and did I remember this correctly? Yes, you did. You know, and so on and so forth. But since that, people have, you know, they've pulled inconsistencies from that case, saying what he says now differs, and people saying, well, first the dogs went to the retention pod. Well, that's not what he told me, and I'm just conveying it. It seems like everyone, does time change stuff like that? Does time change these people's memory when it comes to something so significant? I have a son and a daughter, you know, so as an example, if TBI wanted to interview me, it wouldn't matter. I have a criminal history. I would still provide, God bless you, I would still provide TBI, a polygraph. And I would do anything for my son if he was missing. I don't know if you have children. So that seems a little odd to me. And, you know, but maybe there are reasons good and sufficient to Seth that he didn't do it. I don't think they would be good and sufficient to me, I guess. But go ahead.
What you and I would do is not what everybody would do. Not everyone that grieves is going to grieve the same either. So that's one thing you have to consider. So when I'm even looking at mom and stepdad, I could say, mom doesn't show the emotion that I would have considered as being, I'm not seeing any sort of the facial expressions that are showing sadness and grief and despair. I mean, do I find that odd? Yeah, I do find that odd. Okay. But is that enough? So it isn't. And that's the main thing that I want to get across, is that it is not just because you're looking at the language or just because he didn't take the polygraph isn't a sign of deception. There are other reasons why. It could be even the interviewer. I'm sorry to say, it could be an interviewer with the way they're asking the question is causing a stimulus or causing a reaction. So there's a lot of things you have to consider. And that's why I keep going back down to, you have to look at this as a 6-channel analysis. You can't just point out, well, you didn't take a lie detector test. Now, if it were my child and they're missing, I would do everything I could to try to find my kids. I have two adult daughters. Okay. But on the other hand, let's say I had issues with the cops before and I've been arrested and accused, or I've been in jail. I might be a little skeptical. I may not want to do it because maybe it might come out wrong and I'm not going to take that risk. So you have to consider that.
Okay. And also, I just want to point out too, that I think it was day 50, Seth referred to knowing about corruption or thinking that there was corruption. I mean, you don't have to do a whole lot of research to come to that conclusion when it comes to Tennessee history of corruption. Again, I'm from Chicago, so, you know, if you know anything about that history, very corrupt, same people in office for years, different things like that will breed corruption. And so there's that. But I think it was very clear, and again, it's just blatant lies by internet trolls, in my opinion, that Seth didn't take a polygraph. He refused a polygraph. He didn't want to. He did this, that, or whatever. It's just simply not true. So I know that Seth had told Nancy Grace that he volunteered a polygraph. He told a lot of people that, right? But then also Chris and Katie said the same thing, but then they backtracked it. So I'm going to show you guys this video really quick. And hey, Animal Mother, good to see you. Let me go ahead and switch this over quickly. Let's see. All right, we got. Okay, fantastic. Let me go ahead and push play here.
Tell me some, hey, give me some time to put it together. Cool. April 9th, I think, was the date. It was a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI prolificer, there's GBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right, yeah.
She passed. No problem. I get my polygraph test. We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation. Her boss, and the other prolificer, all three come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5, and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? Whatever, I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test, and I passed. Seth, on the other hand, goes and takes a polygraph test. Great.
Sorry, guys, I'll rewind that really quick. Imagine Chris Proudfoot trying to control every aspect of his polygraph test. Sorry, that's all I wanted to say, and I pressed the wrong button, so just back it up a little.
Knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail, he falls asleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive because he keeps falling asleep.
How does that even happen?
Sebastian's dad, his bio dad, Sebastian, Seth, I don't understand that because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he's told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know. But I'll tell you what, I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts. But I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something on my own free will. I haven't been told by TBI that I can't take one.
We all remember that moment when I put Sebastian's father, Seth, on the hot seat on national TV and asked him, would he be willing to take a polygraph? He said yes. He did take a polygraph. Straight back out to Seth Rogers. Joining us is Sebastian's father. And now joining us is a renowned polygrapher, Kendall Schule, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in D.C., former special agent with the FBI in D.C. He is at Kendall Investigations. Did Seth Rogers pass his polygraph?
Yes, he did.
Okay, Seth Rogers, tell me about going and taking the polygraph. We want to hear every single word because I've got a stack of nasty online posts about you failing, about you not going, blah, blah, blah. A lot of trolls chiming in. Let's get to the truth of that polygraph. Seth, what happened?
I showed up early for the polygraph. Mr. Kendall contacted me and told me that he'd be there well before the time that we had stated. So I showed up and I sat in the chair and let him attach those things to me and took the polygraph.
Have you ever had a polygraph before?
No, ma'am.
And what kind of questions did the polygrapher Kendall Schewel ask you?
If I had ever wanted to harm anybody, if I ever wanted to hurt my son, if I had ever hurt my son, if I'd ever had anything to do with his disappearance.
Question. You said they hooked you up. What do you mean by that, Seth Rogers?
They put things on my hands. They wrapped cords around me. They had a blood pressure cuff on me to measure my blood pressure, measure my heart rate, my breathing rate, things like that.
How long did it take?
It took a minute.
It took 60 seconds. Could you be precise or more precise? How long do you think it took?
We were there for 3 hours, 4 hours.
That's about right. It's not easy.
Unless the TBI is administering it to their friends, then it's real simple. All right. Okay, guys. So, it took 3 to 4 hours for Seth to complete this polygraph test, right? And there you have it. I mean, Kendall Schewel, world-renowned FBI guy, administered the test to Seth. So for them to continue to keep lying about it, acting like that's not the truth, is preposterous, ludicrous. It's insane.
Tell me hey, give me some time to put it together. Cool. April 9th, I think, was the date. It was a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI polygrapher, there's TBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right, yeah.
She passed. No problem. I get my polygraph done. We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation. Her boss, and the other polygrapher, all 3 come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5, and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test, and I passed. Seth, on the other hand, goes and takes a fucking polygraph test with Nancy Grace, knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail. He falls asleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive because he keeps falling asleep.
How does it with us? Out to Kendall Schewel, as I told you, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in D.C. Kendall, thank you. When we put out the word that Seth Rogers would take a polygraph, we contacted you because of your reputation. You quickly agreed, and I thank you for that. Again, this was not free. He was paid to do the polygraph. He owes nothing to anybody and therefore was not swayed one way or the other. He had never met Seth Rogers before in his life. Mr. Schewel, I've looked very carefully at your polygraph report right here. Number one, you start off by saying it was conducted using a comparison question format that meets U.S. government standards. What is a comparison question format? What is that?
It's a format that's well accepted by the polygraph community, particularly the American Polygraph Association. There are certain formats that we can use that are more acceptable, that we know are more reliable, and this was one of those. Certainly a test format that I would want to use to make sure we're doing everything right to get the correct results. And this is This is, again, a format of polygraph that is widely accepted as a standard in the FBI world and in the polygraph world in general.
All right, guys. So, that's it. Let's go right on to this interview. I just, over and over again with this Seth didn't take a polygraph. I had to show that.
I think we already answered sort of the emotional pieces. In your view, does the tone suggest suppression, self-control, or fabrication performance?
Which character are we talking about? Dad?
For Dad. Well, actually, for both, if you wouldn't mind, for all parties, so for all three caregivers.
Okay, so Dad, when I saw him, especially when he's standing outside the police station, he's out there with a megaphone, right? He's angry, he's frustrated, it's a call to action. I want you to do something. He's calling him out, right? Now you have to consider, would you put yourself in that? I mean, and I know a lot of, when you think about arson cases, the arson might even show up on the where the fire was, and so that they want to appear, right, that they're interested. Now, yes, you have to consider, well, is he that great of an actor that he's able to do that? What emotions would I would have considered? Anger, frustration. Would I have considered someone that was passive? No, because this is, given the extremeness of it, and he didn't have any answers yet, I would be pissed, right? I want the cops to do something about it. So when I look at that visceral effect that he had, it appeared to be consistent with somebody that's angry and frustrated, given the context that there was no answers. Now, when you're talking about a specific clip and he's asked a probe where he's trying to deviate from, that'll create cognitive load. That's the clip I want to see. Because when you look at it in totality, I'm seeing a guy who's frustrated, he's angry, he wants answers. He could.
Hello, frustrated, angry, wants answers. Right? That's something that we could all agree on. If it was our child, we would be frustrated and we would want answers, and we would be angry that nothing was done in 2 years. Plain and simple. And anybody who was putting up the little laughing emojis when she's explaining this is a troll, right? That's all that person is a troll. They're not serious about Sebastian's case. They're an ugly, again, awkward person who would laugh during her explanation of what she witnessed, and a very well put together explanation, I might add, from an expert. I don't find anything funny about that, and I think I have a great sense of humor. I think, Chris is a little whiny tit baby, and that makes me laugh. But Susan explaining the turmoil of a missing child's father, yeah, no, nothing funny about that, in my opinion.
Could be avoiding taking the lie detector test because of other reasons. I don't know. I always say I don't know until I know, until I look at the actual video clip, and then I can tell you, okay, I see 3 indicators and 2 channels within that probe, and then I can't explain away that what the context or the account or what his baseline is and compare it to that. Then I'm going to say that's a cluster, highly deceptive. Now, that is the research, guys. That's the only one. I mean, globally, when we're looking at this from high stake situations, high stake lies.
And, again, and thanks for being here, Holly. Good to see you. With people that are very hardcore Chris and Katie followers, right? Or people who are very convinced that they're innocent. We've never had, because I can understand where this comment's coming from. How do you explain both the stepfather and mother passing the polygraphs with the TBI? We have never heard the TBI come out and confirm that, have we? I never have ever seen anyone confirm Chris or Katie passing a polygraph ever. Never. Yet we have Nancy Grace, world-renowned polygraphist, not a polygrapher, Chris, vouching for Seth. Where have we seen or heard anyone vouching for the stepfather and mother? I mean, I'm honestly asking that.
Not just subjective analysis on so-called body language analysis, which absolutely drives me nuts, because most of them, if you do some research on them, have absolutely no academic background. They've read books, they watch videos, and all of a sudden they pull out certain elements and boom, they think they're a body language expert. Okay, I see it all the time. So that from a behavioral sciences background, as someone that's been trained not only just forensically, but also as an academic, we need to raise the bar on how to do this stuff, because what we say to people matters. How we instruct people matters. And they take this information, they start to applying it to other things that they see. And what if they're wrong? You know, I mean, they know some stuff, but they don't know how to do. And I'll tell you why. There's only 16 of us globally that are certified and licensed master trainers. That's it in the globe.
Okay, guys. So in the entire world, right, as a whole, there's only 16 people who can train in this body language analysis that she's speaking of. So that's a very, very small number of people, considering how many people make up the entire planet. So I think what she's saying here is very valuable. Even for myself, you know, again, I'm not an expert. I've never been trained in any of this kind of stuff. But I do read and research on the subject, and that doesn't make me a body language expert by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. And so it's important to remember that, you know, this is everything is always alleged in our opinions on these true crime channels, unless we are someone like Susan Constantine that comes up with her own YouTube channel or something like that. In my opinion, that's how I feel, and I stay humble in the area that I'm not an expert of any means, but I am smart enough to grasp these concepts that she's discussing here, and I think many of you are as well.
In this analysis, which section of the transcript raised the strongest deception flags to you personally, Susan?
I think that my question.
Sorry, we both have Eva. Eva had the same question, I think. So it's perfect that I.
The main thing for me is the contractions. We see that a lot. And there's not just one, guys. There's no such thing as one is a higher level. We look at pronoun usage, whether they put themselves into the situation, whether they avoid it. Pronoun usage is really important, because most people will skip over, eliminate. They'll give you vague information, so they'll never really give you much. They won't put themselves into the event. They won't say I, me, and I, me, or we. Okay, they're not putting themselves in there. But in here,
right. So I also want to point out that Chris Proudfoot, even on the Duchess interview, was using distancing language. Mom did this, you know, a grieving mom. He wasn't even saying my wife, you know, Sebastian's mom. He wasn't saying that. That all matters, in my opinion.
Here, I would say contractures were one of them. And the fact that they didn't use contractures where they should have, it's just, all it is an indicator. It doesn't mean they're lying. It's an indicator. And unless you have a group of them in a cluster, they're nothing and shouldn't be even considered. Okay, so now let's go to mom. So I'm looking at 52 muscles in her face. Okay, so I'm a facial action coder. What does that mean? That means that I know what muscles have to fire in your face to create a certain emotion, right? Sadness, happiness, anger, disgust, contempt, etc. Now, when I hear her give her story and she's talking, I want to ask you a question. Do you see any grief muscles in her forehead? Those are little horizontal lines that come across here. This is what we call an AU, action unit. When a person is sad or show grief, their corners of their eyebrows will come up. You watch her eyebrows. They never move. They're frozen in space. They never change. So what I had to consider, does she have Botox? Does she have Botox in her forehead to where they don't move? And that is a consideration. So then you look at the lower region of the face. Now I'm going to be looking for this muscle right here to lift up and create a chin boss. This would go in correlation with the eyebrows coming up. Okay, that's true sadness and grief. And it'll cause these horizontal lines right here. That's the inner corner. Now, when sometimes you'll see outer corners too. That's another AU, action unit. There is nothing here. And there is nothing hardly here. So she is in a place, so either she could have consideration, is she medicated? Is she on Valium or something that would slow her motor movements down to where she doesn't show the facial expressions of emotions that you would have found consistent with sadness and grief and despair? She was fairly consistent all the way through and never really changed. So that was her baseline. So the question is, when you're talking about something that's so emotional, you are going to see these muscles fire. It's impossible for it not to, because they're connected to the facial nerve and the brain. They all work together as a system. When you're talking about something sad and you say you're upset about it, you're going to show those muscles. It's involuntary.
Okay, guys, again, very important to listen here to what Susan is trying to tell us, right? So we can't help it. It's going to happen no matter what we try to do. It's going to happen if it's authentic. those lines, the way our muscles are interconnected and connected to our brain. That's why we can see these showing outwardly in people's facial expressions. That's how we know. Does Susan work as FBI behavior unit? No, actually, she is with more of, I guess, Scotland Yard, I guess it would be, because she talks about in the beginning how she how these standards are withheld in England. So I think she works more on that front than with the United States on the Federal Bureau, or with the Federal Bureau, excuse me. So hello, KJ Mac. Good to see you. So yeah, no, she is a behavioral expert, and so she pretty much has her own thing that she does with this. She has her own 6-pronged way of analyzing deceptive behavior and body language, that sort of thing. So, and then also as it correlates to the bigger picture of finding out if one is being deceptive.
You can't fake it to make it. So the question to me is, why are those muscles not firing? And why are those grief muscles not firing? That's the big question here.
Interesting. Someone asked if Botox will change an analysis.
It doesn't, wherever the Botox is. And I just mentioned that 2 minutes ago. I said, unless there was Botox. Okay. So the other thing,
I would say even with people with Botox, though, like you see celebrities all the time, like you still can sense some expression in somebody's face.
Exactly. And so let me tell you another thing. What I look for is the asymmetry of the facial expression. Sorry, I bugged this flow. Asymmetry. So when a person is really trying hard to lie, to tell a story differently from what they know, even if they had Botox, depends on how it was injected, right? So you will see a fight between one eyebrow and the other one. And usually when people are not being truthful, with or without Botox, you'll see one eyebrow pop up higher than the other. It's asymmetry. Happens every time. Go back and look at Anthony Weiner. You can see it right there. It's once you've been trained properly, you can't unsee it. So she didn't show any expressions in her forehead. Period. End of story. No movement in her eyebrows. Nothing. Now, I have to combine both upper and lower face so then I can get a true picture. So what I'm looking for is that downward turn. There was a moment where she would cry. There she get emotional. I want to look for the chin boss coming up and causing this wrinkling here. And when somebody cries, you're going to see this maybe a stretch here and then a downturn, depending on her facial structure. Then I could tell you. But overall, and I think that every mom that is out there would say, that seems peculiar. So I'm going to write that down. That's interesting.
Right, because it's noteworthy, and especially when she's analyzing the facial expressions as a whole, right? Because maybe there's nothing on the top, but there's something going on, that could bring better understanding from what we're seeing on the bottom half of her face, right? Or if she has Botox, on the bottom half of her face, for example, and not the top, then we'll see the wrinkles that we wouldn't on the bottom, type of a thing. I think this comment by Lover Girl is very interesting. Marlena, LOL, exactly. I don't know what Marlena said, but there's so much saltiness in here because she's telling the truth about something she's an expert in, right? And I mean that to me is humorous. Because here's Susan Constantine. I mean, um, her credenza alone should say that she's very successful at what she does. That's I'm assuming her office or maybe her home office. Either way, not cheap decor. And people, I mean, are just being so hateful and salty in the chat because they just will not let it go and concede a point. It's something like I've never seen before. I've never seen such disregard and disrespect for people who are experts in their field. Instead, it's like, oh well, you're this, so I'm not going to believe. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I think it's several things wrapped into one, but it's more of a pure cult like following for Chris and Katie Proudfoot, where people just throw the reasoning right out the door and just no, 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 you're wrong, Susan. Really? Right? But she's doing is being honest and telling the truth about something that she has uh, even developed and trained other people on, right? This is not some lady off the street or, somebody they just pulled off a bar stool. Like, she's an expert in her field. It's just amazing to me.
Because that is what we call a face anomaly. A face anomaly is one that is incongruent with the context and the behavior and the baseline and the account of the situation. So given the account, was that the fact that there was no firing of grief muscles or grief horizontal lines up here, or a chin boss popping up or even quivering, that is considered an F1, face anomaly. So I'm going to give that 1 point. So now I'm looking for what are the other ones. So I start to cluster them together, tied to the question or the stimulus that was asked. And then I go, okay, now I've got a true cluster, and it is consistent with the context and the baseline in the account. That is going to be a cluster, and there's high probability there was deception.
I want to back up and just ground.
Right. So there's many, many factors that she's considering and connecting, putting into these clusters, right? That is showing her that there's deception there. Right. So it's not just like, oh, well, they said the word but, or they said the word with, or they did this, or they did that, or there wasn't any facial, connection here. No, she's connecting the dots with all of those and considering everything into what she's calling a cluster to come up with her conclusion to the analysis, so to speak.
Everyone in the chat for a second. And Susan, you said you have kids. If your child was 15 and she went missing, it's been a year, would you be able to focus on things like sex? Would you be depressed? Sort of, there's some behavior from Seth that outside of your analysis that people have watched and over the years, and perhaps chasing clout isn't the right word, but starting a YouTube channel and allegedly sleeping with creators. Me as a dad, I'm just going to say I've been in full-blown depression at points in my life, and my male organ doesn't work during that. And I've talked to therapists and others, and that's a side effect for men when depression hits. But you personally, if your daughter was 15 missing, is that something that you'd focus on?
Those are just behaviors, right? So is this a behavior that he's always consistently done? Has he now jumped on kind of like the 15 minutes of fame wagon? Is there some attention-seeking behavior and using this as a way to get more attention? I don't know. But those are things that you should consider, because if you're in a court of law and you think about like a trial, in a trial, if he were considered being a suspect, what do you think they're going to talk about? His behavior, getting on a podcast. They would start pulling out all these negative things, you know.
Okay, guys, so I just wanted to stop that really quick and back it up because I'm with Jen. I'm confused as to you know, what is being said
It's a
here.
fame wagon. Is there some attention-seeking behavior and using this as a way to get more attention? I don't know. But those are things that you should consider, because if you're in a court of law and you think about like a
Okay, so in a court of law, obviously they're gonna probably not really weigh very heavily into this, but I understand why they're asking. It's because, you know, Nerdy was being told by his audience and everyone that was in there, or possibly people in the Discord from what he was saying earlier, that Seth was like, you know, going around sleeping with all kinds of creators. And that's just simply not the case. And you're going to see people weighing in and giving out misinformation. So, and you'll see me weigh in just kind of a little bit here and there. But with what Jen is saying, you know, what creator did Seth sleep with? Because that's news to me, right? It was news to me too. I pretty much almost spit out my coffee when he said it, because I was like, what? You know, the first time. But Seth did meet a searcher, or a girl that was helping with the search, but it turned out to be someone who was basically trying to get close to Seth in order to get information. And that was the person that decided that it was going to be okay to send out Sebastian's confidential CPS records to whoever she chose to send them to. So it wasn't anything that, in my opinion, Seth could have foreseen, right? It's just anyone in a vulnerable situation could look to another human being for comfort, and that's the way I look at it. But a bunch of creators, no, I think that is a very outlandish rumor that is just simply not true.
Trial, in a trial, if he were considered being a suspect, what do you think they're going to talk about? His behavior, getting on a podcast. They would start pulling out all these negative things, you know, sleeping with some of the podcasters. All of this kind of nefarious behavior is going to work against him.
And it's kind of hard to sleep with podcasters that are all over the United States. And you know, even like I don't think Michelle After Dark lives here. I think she's across the pond, right? It's kind of hard to, you know, do that when you don't live in the same area. Oh, hey, Seth. Good to see you. Sorry, this kind of gets rough here from here on out with the interview. A lot of people chiming in with crazy information. UA Crimson, you know, how would she know? I think that's what I'm about to put here. So,
but does it cause him to become a person of interest? Because, you know, we know that Biomom, and we also know that Stepdad allegedly took a polygraph in the past. Now, Dad hasn't taken one.
Well, people
okay, and then this person is saying Nerdy, he has not had sexual relations with creators. One is not plural. So, to the best of my knowledge, you know, the person in question is not a creator. Not at all. So they were somebody who was assisting with the search. So again, when people or think they're helping but they're spreading misinformation, in my opinion, that's what's happening right here. But again, like I said, how would this person know that?
Saying, so I just want to stop here so we can again get grounded. So I want to clarify, when I said that he hasn't taken one, that is the conversation from Chris Proudfoot to my ears. Whether or not he's taken one, people are pointing out he may have taken one. We have no official confirmation from law enforcement that I know of that he's taken it, besides him maybe saying it, or, you know, so this is hearsay. A lot of this stuff that I've conveyed is hearsay, and I don't know if it's true for the folks in the chat. I, on that first YouTube, was conveying what he said. So I just want to clarify that piece. I will also say that as critical as I am of Seth and his behavior, I am also critical of Katie and her behavior, and Chris. One of the things that struck me is, why not tell the world that a search warrant was executed a year after Sebastian went missing? And more importantly for me, after that came out, it was learned that Katie lied to people around her about it. She had a brand new phone number. As a tech guy, I don't understand that part, because when police seize your phone, they don't seize your phone number. They have access to the back end of Verizon or AT&T to get those records. So why not just move your SIM over or move your service over to the new phone when they seize it? Instead, she called people from the new number and said, I got a new number. I got a new phone. My phone broke. So that already sets a baseline for lying for me. Why, or the reasons, I can't tell you, but I'm trying to find a missing teenager. I am critical of everyone around him right now. We don't know these people from Adam besides the 2.5 hours that I've spent with Chris. I've never interacted with Katie, but some of this stuff just doesn't make sense in terms of behavior. Now, you're right. Everyone is different. We've seen other cases where people have used missing children for clout, many of them, in fact. So that's nothing new to me. But I want to have clarity for the chat that for anyone that thinks that I'm biased, I have questions about all three caregivers, to be honest.
And I think that having questions about the caregivers is fair, especially when you're just getting into a case. That's the first thing we look at, is the people surrounding the person who's missing, right? So yeah, hats off, because that's where you should always start, in my opinion. And then I find it extremely odd, right? And even maddening, especially because nowadays it's so ridiculous that, it makes you not even want to deal with it. It's so ridiculous. But again, this projection and putting Chris's actions onto Seth and telling this to someone who was brand new to the case, it's just astounding to me. Because it's not like Seth was the one doing these things, or even bad mouthing the other parents. But there's been time and time again where Chris didn't think that this conversation would ever get out, and he's throwing digs at Seth and saying negative things about Seth to other people, and essentially putting on Seth what Chris himself is doing. And again, that's called projection, and it's very typical behavior of a narcissist, in my opinion. Yeah, and that good morning, Faye, good to see you. Yeah, and I mean, I think the fact that many of the creators haven't reached out to Chris and Katie. I was talking about that the other night to Seth, or well, actually it was last night, about how I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they don't suspect you, and they suspect Chris and Katie. If it would have happened at your house, I would think that they would want to talk to you more so. And again, I can't be hypocritical, because in this case, I just wouldn't talk to Chris Proudfoot. And I would be open to having a conversation with Katie, but she won't do that without Chris. So it's kind of like, stalemate in that situation. But I will say that for the same reason that Nerdy is going to conclude his live stream with, and it's, it'll be a little bit, but, he talks about how once he talked to Chris, there was a comfortability and even a little bit of trust built at that point, and he let his guard down. And with a narcissist, they are highly manipulative, even to people who are highly intelligent, because they understand that they can manipulate a person into believing them, and that's their game. That's what they've done their whole entire existence, or most of their existence. And so they become very good at it, and it becomes something that they try to get over on someone, so that they can pat themselves on the back, essentially. Seth says, I personally believe that they don't reach out to me because I'm not trying to create drama. I'm trying to find my son. Yeah, I mean, I can see that too. I absolutely can't disagree with that. Um, because many times that's what creators are looking for is a little, something interesting, right? Um, I had to corral that situation with Jessica and Tamra. I was like, you guys are not having a Jerry Springer episode on my show. As much as I would like to have them work together, I knew that they would never come up and work together on a panel and be in the same space without having that type of um, outcome. And so, I flat out told both of them that that is not what is good for Devlin. And I saw it play out in Sebastian's case, and it didn't work out well, right? There's this major division, there's this back and forth, there's this constant blaming back and forth, and it just shouldn't be that way. It should be find Sebastian. That's it. And it should be theorizing on possibilities, not fighting back and forth, not being salty, right? As our friend said, lover girl, that was a good comment, right? Because that's what it is. It's saltiness. There's no reason to be salty at all, because what is the personal gain that they have, right? What is the skin in the game that makes them so salty is what I wonder, right? But really it's just this cult like following for Chris and Katie, and if you're not with us, you're against us mentality. And honestly, if you're not with Sebastian, you're against Sebastian, right? In my opinion. I think it's important to talk to everyone. Chris and Katie have been very vocal, and we've heard a lot of conversations that have come out. So, I mean, I can't imagine that they would tell me anything different, especially at this juncture. But then again, here we have Nerdy Addict saying that, you know, um, quite the contrary, that Chris was telling him all kinds of stuff, even that there was um, you know, like a whole warrant served and electronics seized, and I mean, I was not expecting that at all. And I probably would be kicking myself for not recording that piece. You never know when leakage will come out. um I wonder about the motivation there. What was the point of that, other than guilt, and it was eating away at Chris and Katie, that or at least Chris, um that had happened, and sooner or later people were going to find out about it, in my opinion. you know um Seth, your methods are not dramatic enough for the endless drama dopamine hits. Sadly. Yeah, well said, KJ Mac. Definitely. Oh, that's sweet of you, Faye. Faye says, Seth, you're the strongest person I've ever met. Yeah, I mean, I always give Seth props because of his um tenacity to keep going, the love for his son, and just, yeah, I think that I would have lost my shit, just to be quite honest. Um, Katie busted heading into a face waxing to get her weekly eyebrows lasered and red sideburns, more goatee waxed. Well, I will say that was rough on her, right? And then she parks in the handicap spot. Oh, doggy. I was like, okay, Katie, now how do you want me to proceed, right? How do you want me to um stick up for, stand up for that behavior, right? It's hard to at that point, isn't it? Hey, lover girl, good to see you, hon. Well said, by the way. Well said. Very salty. I don't think they understand logic, honestly. All that is unseen. Oh my goodness, you're gonna make me laugh every time you say that. Are you really being honest, or are you just saying that? And then text messaging too is always gonna, it'll come out differently. Seth Rogers says, I blame Katie for my son being missing, and everyone knows that. he was in her care and he's now missing. Yeah. Than all of the information that I have uncovered during this. Well, I mean, I think it would be safe to say that, in my opinion, as a mom, if I was a caregiver at the time of my daughter's disappearance, I would feel um, very guilty. And I would be trying to convince my ex-husband that I did not hurt our daughter, and that I didn't take her, and I don't have her hiding anywhere. I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't see that same thing with Katie. So that's the best form of reference that I could give as to why I don't understand, right? Because even if you had absolutely nothing to do with it, you would still have a guilt, and a at least in private, for her to reassure you. I feel like that's showing just, mercy and grace to someone that you have a child with. You know, but I think that would require um a soul. So yeah, because I don't see how she does it to you, Seth. I mean, there's ways that she could reassure you if she had that to give you, um, and quite frankly, I just don't think she has that to give to you, and so instead she's on the defense, 24/7, because she knows, in my opinion. And again, I just I myself, I would never forgive myself if that was in my care, that happened, where I, even if I was caregiving for another child. So I don't, again, I can't relate to Chris Proudfoot even, because, you lost a whole kid. I mean, really. And Brenda says CP trying to get ahead of the narrative about the search, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too, Brenda. And I think that, it made him a little bit nervous knowing that, you had, people who have expert opinions that are weighing in on this, right? It would make anybody nervous that had involvement. Um, you know, I hate to always compare Devlin and Sebastian's cases, but I mean, I even saw something today that Matt Thibodeau posted up, asking, which case would you solve if you could solve one? And I'm like, well, I have two that come to mind, you know, um, because even in Devlin's case, he doesn't have these experts weighing in. He doesn't have like people that are willing to weigh in on this, but look at what we're seeing even when we do have that, right? Like, there's people that are so friggin' hard-headed, and I've been called that myself, by the way, and I'm glad to be that way because I stand for what I believe in. So I get it. But when an expert is saying it, and not only we have Susan doing it, we have her bringing the computer in. We also have, world-renowned experts that have weighed in, and they've all said the same thing. It's just kind of undeniable at a certain point, yeah, all that is unseen, I just would. And I don't know if it's the Catholic guilt that gets to me or what, but I mean, I would just feel like I even if I don't care for my ex-husband or whatever, I would still never want to, like, be so cruel, right? And then and skate responsibility, and not own it and be like, I am so sorry, like, I don't know what happened here, but please believe me that I would never hurt our child. Like, something like that is just so weird to me. It's bizarre, you know? Well, and that's it, Seth. And I think that, it's a similar situation, because I too knew my ex-husband when we were kids. So it's a little bit different when you're younger and you know somebody when they're younger and you've known them a long time. You do know their tells, right? And you can't lie. You can't lie to a person who knows your tells. I mean, there's certain little things that somebody knows about you when they've been married and lived with you that other people wouldn't pick up on. I mean, that's absolutely true. In my opinion, there would be things that I would absolutely know if my ex-husband was lying or not. 100%. And it's just, it's a horrible situation to be in, because you would think that you would be able to come together and try to find Sebastian, or they would be equally upset about nothing happening for 2 years. Well, I guess we can go back maybe a year, because it does seem like they were served with the warrant. But when we don't see that, I mean, even the nicest, um sweetest, most, law respecting or abiding citizens, I have to point to Riley Strain's mom. I mean, they were getting upset with the police, right? I mean, not overly, or saying defund these guys, they're doing horrible, right? But they were anxious, and they were getting um frustrated with the police, right? They're like, "Where's our son?" And that's normal. That is normal. What Chris and Katie are doing is not. "Oh, everything's fine. He just disappeared. Huh, nothing to see here." I mean, come on. No. Mm-mm. Lana Lee says, has anyone ever asked KP with no security or even a Ring doorbell? My God, she is a security installer. I know, Lana Lee, and that's the thing. I think that was a big, big problem that we saw, right? When it came to just analyzing Chris and Katie in the very beginning, right? Because we try to figure out who we're dealing with here. So we look into them, right? We hear, oh, okay, they were both in the Navy. All right. They have a decent house, right? In a decent area. Okay. Um, you know, and then we start realizing, oh, she's a security tech, right? Like, what do they do now? Oh, he operates a crane, and she's a Brink security. Okay, well, where's the cameras, right? I mean, automatically, it doesn't take us long to get there, right? I mean, it's only a hop, skip, and a jump away, right, for us to start realizing, oh, something is not right here. Something is off. It doesn't take an expert. It just takes somebody who's willing to use um, their brain. I mean, I don't see how you lose a kid unless maybe you're out in a public place and they do walk off, right? Or say, a little one is, or a younger kid, um, even 18 or so, or excuse me, even like an 8-year-old or something like that. Um, is at the beach or something, right? And like they start walking or whatever, and then all of a sudden they're in the midst of all these people. Like, I get that, but out of their own home, out of their own bed, no, no way in hell. Um, mm-mm. The story never made sense at all, even to law enforcement. Sheriff Craddock, day 2. I'm not going to say he's barefoot. His mom says that all of his shoes are there, but I'm not going to say he's barefoot. Then he shakes his head, no, and then he shakes his head, yes. I show it every night in the intro. Even he knew the story was bullshit. Does anyone else feel the figure that was seen in the dark after midnight maybe Sebastian? I'm not non-biased towards anybody until evidence proves otherwise. He could have walked out. That was proven by LE. I have never heard a statement from LE saying that there was evidence that he left the home. They said that there wasn't any evidence that indicated that Sebastian left the home, Jenny by the beach. But it's good to have you, and I appreciate your comment. I think that you're referring to the image that SF Investigates put out of the oh no, that was at sorry, that was at 10 o'clock, wasn't it, with the cat, the little boy that was looking for his cat, or child that was out there looking for the cat. um you know so But no, I mean, I think that there would have been footage of Sebastian in the neighborhood because everybody had cameras. I mean, some houses had like multiple cameras around their home, the exterior of their home. So, and don't forget that there was also the neighbor right across the street who had a Ring camera that faced the house, and even Chris Proudfoot said that he would have been seen on that camera if he would have walked out the door. We know he didn't go out his windows because the windows lock from the inside only. It's not like he could have got out the window and locked it up himself before he left, right? So we have to, again, think logically. And if he did go out the front door, which would have been the only door that he wouldn't have needed a key to get back in and out of, he would have been caught on camera. The same thing goes for when somebody took the trash out. Like, we could tell that there was somebody allegedly that took the trash out, right? Because we've never seen the video. But we could allegedly see like a silhouette or a shadow, right? A dark figure, a person wheeling the trash out, but it was hard to make out. If we had some sort of imagery like that, I would absolutely believe that Sebastian could have walked out of the neighborhood, right? But he would have been caught by that corner house no matter what. And I don't think he would have walked barefoot into the woods by himself at night. There's absolutely unequivocally no reason why he would do that, because he didn't like bugs, right? He doesn't like to be dirty. And because he wouldn't have made it far if he did that. We would have found him the next day in the woods, possibly injured or, something like that. And in my opinion, if you know the area around Sebastian's house, it's wooded all around of it, right? There's just no way. But that's my opinion. Yeah, Seth, it's been engraved, and it gets engraved or ingrained into you, right? The Catholic guilt, right? I mean, it's just one of those things. And it's about taking personal responsibility and accountability for actions. Really, that's what it comes down to. So you have a right to blame her. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry. I just really, thanks, Jerry, for being here. I just think again, I would expect it. I'd be like, this is all my fault. People would have to probably talk me out of it, especially if he didn't have anything to do with it. Um yeah, getting lost in the clothes racks. Yes, all that is unseen. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and the family has absolutely, the family is associated with the mayor and the DA, etc. I mean, that is a whole other layer to the bigger issue here, I think, and why Sebastian's case has been slow to solve. And also, when I see other members of the family who have very horrible histories associated with their behavior, and then there's a shootout at a gas station and oopsie, law enforcement lost some footage. It definitely raises red flags. Le is yet to state anything different than there is no evidence that he ever left the house. Yeah. And, I tend to believe that coming from them, Seth, because they were using like the um, thermal technology in the house, like because they thought that he was still in there. Um, that Sebastian was still in the house. Like, that's the one reason I can think of that they would try to use something like that. Um, Well, thanks, Jenny. I appreciate you being here. And yeah, just feel free to ask away or talk away. Like that's I think what is so valuable about all of us getting together and talking about Sebastian's case, kind of like deep diving into different thoughts, because I mean, one of these days there might be something that we can come up with, especially if we all work together, put our heads together. Um, you can evade one or two cameras, but be real. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that like, well, because I just don't see him making it far with no shoes. Now, if he was geared up or something, I mean, yeah, he probably could have made it a while, right? He had snacks, he brought water, he did, he had a backpack, he figured this out, he planned it out. Sebastian knows how to strategize, and that's a big thing. Um, there's a big lack of urgency, lover girl. There is, you know. The DA has stated that the plan on doing nothing, or that they plan on doing nothing, uh, and that was when Whitley was the DA, and now we have a new DA, Thomas, has not stated anything to the contrary to that. Yeah, and I would just hope that they would reconsider that. I really do. I really hope that we can boost their level of urgency approaching the 2-year mark. And I know that that's probably a very tall order to fill, but we just never know what kind of impact that we can make if we all get together,
Yeah, and there's information that I know that I can't share. So, I have to leave it at that. There is a report that I have done that does identify a suspect that has been turned into the FBI. So what they do with it is out of my hands. That is based on another program, which is called iAlert, which is how to identify a person of dangerous intent. So in order to detect deception or look for a person of interest, there are specific what they call PD pins and pins. And, I'm getting way in the weeds because, guys, I do not base anything on subjective analysis. And that's where I think that there's a disconnect here, because everything that I do has to have a foundation that's rooted in proven, validated research, not just a written paper or white paper, but studies after studies after studies of what deceptive behaviors are. We know what they are, and we know how to cluster them. We know how to time them, just the same way is how to identify a person of dangerous intent. There are pre-indicators of characteristics of an assailant that I look for. And yes, there was someone that we targeted. I targeted. My professor targeted. It's already been turned in. So now who that person is still unknown. Okay? So I just want you to know that I am very careful in what I'm going to share, because I am not going to say mom is guilty, dad is guilty. This one is not showing the right emotion, which is I'm going to use words or is incongruent from sadness and grief. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So I just want to go back to this comment really quick. So this person says, I'm curious if a warrant was served on Seth after a year as well. No, right? And I use this poor little guy that glued his shoulder to his head, or his head to his shoulder. Okay, so because people need to really understand that when someone has a search warrant served to them, it's personal. It's not that, if I get a search warrant, then somebody else gets a search warrant. We all get search warrants, right? They're not Oprah. They're not just handing them things out, right? It's very specific. There needs to be probable cause in order for a judge to sign off on that, right? So, that's very important to recognize. And people were overly asking that question. And I just want to, briefly point that out, because I think all of you understand that perfectly. I just don't think they understand that. And so I wanted to point that out. KJ Max says, Seth, that was a bit frustrating for me in this newly heavily covered case of the day. I'm not naming it. It has enough attention. It really frustrates me that a child has less value. I'm right there with you, KJ Mac. I am. That's why we've covered Nancy and I know. But I also think it's important to keep us going full steam ahead on the two children that are missing. Because there's enough coverage there. I feel confident that sweet Nancy Guthrie. I mean, it does break my heart that she is getting ample coverage and all hands on deck. And also, they're doing the family the courtesies of, clearing them so in order for them to be able to continue on with their search. Jenny by the beach says, Seth, did Sebastian have online connections? There is a case in New York. A missing 15-year-old boy left to meet a friend he met on Roblox. Yeah, that is so important to note that there are many, many predators that are on those online games that will try to lure kids, away. And that's social media across the board. But the games are scary because, kids develop relationships or they play a certain person and they think they're talking to someone and they're really talking to someone completely different. And that sort of thing. And Seth says, no, I did not allow him here to be involved in Minecraft or Roblox online. I already knew the bad things going on with those games. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, and that when they do those big busts and stuff, they find out a lot from that as well. Yeah, he did do a fantastic job, or the lawyer for Gabby Petito, Joe Petito's. Yeah, little Miss Sharon, he sure did. Um, Jenny says he's a smart kid. Could he have set up a hidden account? Maybe that's what happened with the 15-year-old. The parents had no idea. So I know that Chris and Katie were saying that Sebastian would play Minecraft on his Switch. So the Nintendo Switch doesn't have the online version of Roblox, to the best of my knowledge. It's been a while. My daughter used to like to play Nintendo DS. So, and she had the little DS, like the Switch, right? So, but according to Chris and Katie, and then with Seth saying that he wasn't on Roblox or Minecraft at his house, I would say that, especially because it happened at Chris and Katie's house, um, that would probably be a better question for them, but they had asked that was asked and answered by them, that they don't allow for Sebastian to have the online version of Minecraft specifically. They didn't mention Roblox though. So where did everyone leave their logic? I don't know. On their nightstand, on their nightstand table. The Petito's case with FBI jurisdiction because of crossing state lines. Yeah, that's a good point, Seth. No, Jenny, his email accounts were all attached to mine, and I had to promote access, or excuse me, had remote access rather, to his electronics to watch his activity. Yeah, and I think that's the best way to to alleviate a lot of issues, and then also to promote trust and confidence in a child, to allow for them to have access but also monitor, so that way, because again, people are highly manipulative, so, and again, I don't um know if there was any footage that would depict Sebastian meeting anybody either. So that's another place that I get stuck, when theorizing there. Oh, thanks, Seth. Thank you. Because I was gonna say my daughter didn't have a Switch, just the Nintendo DS. So Seth says you have to have an actual Nintendo account in order to play online with the Switch. And I've never purchased one for him. Yeah. So he's just playing straight off the console. So thank you, Seth, for answering that question.
You to know that I am very careful in what I'm going to share, because I am not going to say mom is guilty, dad is guilty. This one is not showing the right emotion, which is, I'm going to use words or is incongruent from sadness and grief. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say, oh, she's not showing sadness. And if it were me being a mother, what would I do? Well, what I would do and what another mother would do are two different things. Everybody grieves differently. So I go right back down to, what is the research? How can I apply it? Where's the stimulus? Where's the probe? And I'm going to start to find if there are clusters of behavior that are deceptive. Then I'm going to say, we got a problem right here. And as far as I'm concerned, when I'm looking at language, especially when I'm looking at bio mom and stepdad, gives me a tremendous amount of question. Because just in the language in itself is a point of interest, because there is a lot of deceptive indicators within that language. Now, you couple it with the incongruency of sadness and grief and what that looks like and how it's supposed to fire on the face, there is an inconsistency. So that's, now can I explain it away? Was she on medication? Has she told the story so many times that she doesn't even cry anymore? There are people that have so grief stricken that they almost can't even show emotion anymore. And I know, because I've met them, especially when someone's lost someone they love. So bringing everything into context, we still have a lot of work to do on this case. And I'm so glad you're opening up the door to getting some concrete answers.
And guys, in my own humble opinion, I honestly think that people still do show emotions even if they're wiped out, right? Like what Susan is saying here is that, you know, some people have just told the story so many times they're like desensitized to it. But I also think that it has a lot to do with looking for other indicators, right? Like not everybody's going to show the same indications or have the same indicators, but in the same way, they're going to show some indication of a level of distress. And when you don't see that, and we see Katie up there with the green tea and acting a fool and, you know, messing around, you know, in my opinion, they play too much. And when they're up there playing, it's, you know, it's a whole nother level, right? Because she's not taking it seriously. It's not due to grief, quite the contrary. It's due to you know, nervousness and trying to convince people that she doesn't have anything to do with it, when in fact, in my opinion, she does. And that's just my humble opinion. You know, like I said, an Iowa lady, I think that's a good question. Like if Sebastian could have talked to someone online and met up with them after, there's just no evidence or indication that that happened. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I know that it's been said, and again, not confirmed, but that Sebastian didn't stay long at the bowling alley to play games, and then Katie would not let him play games at the council at the table. I would think that in this particular case, that wouldn't be the issue with Sebastian meeting somebody in a short period of time and like telling his address and then meet me here. Now, if there was an indication of that, like we saw him on camera leaving the house to meet someone, then I would say, yeah, maybe he met them some way like that. But when we don't have that indication, it's a stretch for it's too far of a stretch for me, you know. Um so and Jenny, those dogs were not scent specific, so they were not tracking Sebastian. There was the dog Max that tracked him to the pond, or excuse me, that tracked to the pond, but they weren't tracking Sebastian's specific scent. And I know that was kind of, you know, a back and forth, and that was part of something that Chris Proudfoot didn't want Nerdy to talk about, which was odd to me. But then again, Chris is odd to me. But no, even Ken Widener, the emergency management for Sumner County, had said that there was no scent of Sebastian leading out of the house or otherwise. And in my opinion, the first scent track should have been from the house to the end of the driveway, because he took the trash out allegedly at 7 o'clock the night before. That was his last scent, would have been taking the trash out, in my opinion. But again, I know that was so confusing, but they do not have a scent of Sebastian at all. Because the dogs that they were using were not scent specific, according to Ken Widener. Switch 2 came out last year. He did not have access to Minecraft or Roblox at my house. Thanks, Seth, for confirming that as well. Yeah, nothing points to a KJ Mac. I agree to him having any internet access related to the disappearance. Ellie has not alluded to that in any way, nor did they say anyone took him from a window or on camera. Yeah, and I think that's really important to, just kind of keep in the back of our minds too. And just to pull up to the front when somebody kind of has a question, because I mean, the waters have been muddied in this case, in my opinion, really, really badly. With people who are just hateful. They're not doing it because they really believe these things. They're doing it to throw a wrench into things, to be hateful, in my opinion. I did not hear that they took Danny's computer into custody, Kylie. I might have missed something there, though. Yeah, she started busting out laughing in that first interview. How does this make you feel? And she just looked at Chris like, I don't know. What am I supposed to say here? Like, I mean, yeah, that was weird. And again, that might have been that might have been like, oh my gosh, we were just on Duchess last night and we answered this, right? Asked and answered. There could have been a lot of reasons between that. But then, also with the thing making fun of Sebastian not liking bugs and actually like mocking him was a big thing that I was like, wow, I can't believe that. So.
But we don't have them all yet. We still have a missing child, and we have 3 people, and also whoever this person of interest is outside the roadhouse needs to be checked out. Now, is there someone else involved? Was there something nefarious going on within the family? Was there motive and intent behind it, why he was missing? Absolutely, there could be. And that's why we might see some of these indicators firing off here and there, where someone is deviating from the truth or concealing or covering up their true emotion and masking and all that kind of stuff. This is where it gets very interesting.
Do you feel, Susan, so you load these into the AI tool, sometimes you evaluate and watch videos. Do you feel it's an advantage to watch a video, or is it more advantageous for you to have, if Chris, Katie, and Seth were in this room right now, would you be able to, in real time, detect lies? And would that be more helpful versus watching a video that was already taken?
In real time, it's better. And by the way, this AI tool, this is the only AI tool I use as a baseline if somebody sends me a statement. That is not real-time analysis. Okay? When the best way to analyze a person, and is true, is not through a video, it's real time. That means face-to-face during an interview. Okay, that's what we call scans. The scans is a program that I use, is 6-channel analysis, and there's one that's where the scans, which is through video, but the R at the end, scanner, is in real time, meaning that you are interacting with the person as an investigator, interrogator in real time. And there's nothing that trumps real time, because there's a huge difference in that chemistry and interaction that you have with people.
Interesting. Would your NDA preclude you from talking to them in real time?
I would have to get clearance.
Okay. I'm going to let Eva ask a couple questions because I know your time is limited. This went super quick. We're on 53 minutes and coming up on the hour. So I'm going to let Eva if she has any questions. And I'm going to open up the telephone lines for the audience to call in. We'll get a couple calls in to ask a couple questions, and then we'll wrap it up in about 10 minutes, if that's okay with you, Susan.
Sure.
All right, Eva, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it was very informative. So you answered my questions before I had them. But, I wanted to touch on something you were saying, and I think this is important. Our chat got really heated here. I don't know if you could see it, but
I see all these icons flying around.
yeah, like Gertie said, this is just a very, very divisive case. But something I think is really important that you touched on, people really do react differently to things. We've joked about this before. It kind of made me, you guys were talking about it, if my kid was missing. But we've joked about it before that nerdy cries more than I do. And it's and it's not true. Like, it's about the same, and it depends on the situation. But usually, like, when something happens where, something shocking were to happen to us, he's the first one. Like, he immediately he tears up. Goes into his feelings. Me, I'm more like, I just go blank. And then I have my cry later on. So I think that's really important. Like what you were saying, like, I think that's really important for people to remember. Not everybody reacts the same. So just because somebody didn't just, break down in hysterics, that doesn't mean guilt, correct?
No, it does not. And the other thing is, what I'm hearing here is, we have this, it's not just here, it's literally is an issue with just being overly emotional about something, become very passionate about something, they stand behind it, they believe they know they're right, they're totally invested in it. And when you do that, you lose your cognitive ability to be a critical thinker. And so that is, like, in my world, really a dangerous place to be. Because when you become so passionate about something, you become very emotional. Your cognitive, and so you are high emotion, low cognition. You need to increase your cognition and lower your
Okay, guys, and I think that's something for us all to remember. I'm definitely guilty of, being emotional about a case or passionate, right? But also remembering that I need to, be thinking as well and using more thinking skills than emotional skills, right? Because emotional skills can be that feeling, that gut feeling, the instincts. And I do think that it's always good to go with your instincts, right? But I also think it's important to keep a cool and level head and be able to step back and look at a situation more objectively, right? And especially if you feel like you're getting a little bit too biased, it's always good to kind of take a step back. But it's hard not to be emotional about a missing child. It's so difficult to sit with a family member in their emotions and not get emotional with them, right? Otherwise, it's like, you almost like don't have a heart. If you're not if you're sitting with somebody, it's hard not to feel emotional with that person, or to understand where they're coming from. And Funtuski, thank you. I'm so glad that you reiterated this comment, because I saw it earlier and I meant to ask you. So Funtuski says CP and KP could have put out a human scent remover hunters use to disguise their scent when hunting for big game, in my opinion. Yeah, even deer hunting, they have that. God, I'd have to ask, but I know there's the decenters, right? They have like soap that you could use, sprays that you can use in order to mask your scent to animals, right? So they don't smell you coming, kind of a thing. And so, yeah, I think that's a very interesting comment, and something that isn't widely talked about, but really something that would be smart in order to evade some detection. I'll have to ask Jules what she thinks about that, because I've never asked her that. So I think that would be interesting to see what she would say about how a dog would react to something like that, or would it affect them, because obviously it's made for removing scent for animals. So Yeah, I think that's really smart, Funtuski. Thank you for mentioning that again, because I remember you saying it earlier and I meant to say something about it and I got sidetracked. Um, yeah, Seth, absolutely. I don't think I could ever not be emotional about Sebastian's case because of how Sebastian has captivated all of us, right? Just um learning about Sebastian, seeing, the pictures that everyone has, put out for us all to, get to know Sebastian more. I just don't ever see um me being able to separate that too far. And as a parent, I can completely understand where your emotions would run higher than anything else because you care that's your baby. And yeah, I mean, I if I was in your position, I would never be able to separate it. And I think that's why I would be so nuts. I really do. I think that, like, when Susan says cognition would be out the window, oh yeah. All reasoning might be out the window for me because I would be so emotional. And it would be hard to pull back on that. I mean, because you're invested, it's your child. Sebastian's your child. So, yeah, I I do not blame, and I don't blame you, and I think that might be why I side eye Katie, right? Because um Chris not so much, right? Because he's just the stepdad or stepfoot, as I like to call him. But Katie, yeah, mom, because again, it doesn't translate or connect for me, you know. Um Hey, Mark, good to see you. Mark says, I don't have a degree in this type of stuff, but I do know nobody acts like these two. Right. I mean, I think that's fair. I really do. I think that's fair, to be alerted or to be concerned by their actions and their words, you know? Um, yeah, Brenda, I'm right there. Yeah. Yeah, Jenny. I mean, right there. It's just, parents. Oh, dear P. Oh, okay. Ah, Marion, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the laundry they do have a certain laundry to remove the scent of the yeah, absolutely, Funchuski. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask Jules. Sometimes she's in here late night. Vicks Vapor Rub. Okay. Yes, Mark Klein, all that is unseen says, why does CP even get so defensive? If he wasn't living there, he should not have so much to say. He was not there. He doth protest too much, in my opinion. Yeah, he sure does. And where in situations where he should have secondhand knowledge, he seems to have firsthand knowledge, which leads me to believe that the whole thing is scripted, in my opinion.
So you can think clearly. So for myself, I can remove every bit of the noise, every bit of it. And all I do is look at the evidence in the behavior. That tells the story. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. That's just this is just noise.
We got a caller on the line here, Susan. Sorry to interrupt you, but
Sure.
Who do we have on the line?
Yeah, this is UA, Crimson Tide. So my question, first and foremost, is just like in academics, when you would be, let's say, writing for a journal and you're required to disclose conflicts of interest, your NDA would be considered a conflict of interest by many people. My question is do you have any financial conflicts of interest in this case?
None.
First of all, that could contribute to your analysis of people's deception or truthfulness when they're being interviewed.
Now, I think when you're talking about this case or just any case, now I am generally hired by the state or the defense, or could be an investigator, or could be a private client that says, I want you to look at some videos and give me your analysis. I only work directly with attorneys or government agencies. That's it. That's who I work with. Because why? People, if a parent calls me and they want to know more about, a missing person or their son or something, they're too emotionally invested. I can't work with them. I have to separate myself from it. I don't want all the information. I have to look at just in the video or whatever it is, or the review, and then upon there I'll say either I can help you or I can't help you. Okay, so I can tell you I've turned down more cases than I take because there are indicators of deception that would work against them. Now, in this case of Sebastian, there's no money and there's no contract with them. There is no financial gain for me. I could care less. I'm just called as an expert to look at something and give them my professional opinion. And when we talk about academic, I want you to be clear. This is not by writing a dissertation paper. Okay, this is about applying. Yeah, this is about applying a research vetted skill. You need to know the research in order to apply it to your practice.
Right, but if there is a financial thing that would would affect your ability to objectively evaluate that. So
I can tell you. I can tell you that how many times I've taken a case, I've reviewed it, and I said, "You sure you want me to go into report? Because I don't think this is going to work on your behalf for your client." No, I don't want it in a report. Okay, good, because we're not going to help you. We won't be able to help you because it's going to work against you and your client. So just so you know.
And I think other people in chat were wondering, just before I go, but can you explain the 6 channels that you were talking about? And then thank you.
I'm going to give you a quick little.
Crimson, are you the one that Chris Proudfoot wanted me to call? No. How are you?
Well, I was going to just give you some of the information regarding my phone call.
I'm going to show you what I'm doing.
That was what I was talking about.
Can you see this board? This is the face, the body, the voice, interactional style, content.
Okay, so I'll rewind it really quick, but yeah, Seth, I agree. I'll tell you, that one's. I saw your comment earlier about the stalking and stuff. Yeah, I mean, the minute that she heard about me, she was trying to find out my whole life story. Like, she is very odd. Right? There's something that is terribly off with that person. I think it's drug use, they're a burnout, for lack of a better way to say it. And there's just not a whole lot of, brain activity going there. Right. It's, again, the mental illness is heavy too. I think it's even greater than the burnout. Yeah, Seth says again, UA Crimson Tide has been stalking me since this has started, and she is an SF little gopher. Yeah. And I've definitely noticed that about her, especially once I was on their radar with that picture and everything. That was very apparent. What's her first and last name? Where does she live? What's this? And it's like, whoa, that's weird. Like, to have a level of hatred like that, and to stalk the parents of a missing child, any of them is wrong, right? At any level, at any capacity. If somebody doesn't want to, talk to you, you have to respect that, right? That's not up for negotiations, right? And that doesn't mean follow them around. The way that she acted in Riley Strain's case was very questionable, Faye. I will say that, she allegedly was one of the ones that found the bank card, but who knows? Who knows what was actually going on there? Very strange, and off-putting. But yeah, I mean, it's all a bigger part of a situation that I've been researching on the back end of things. But again, I will never put these little gophers, as Seth, that's a good one, Seth, the little gophers in front of the missing children, right? The missing people that we're covering, because I know Devlin isn't exactly a child, because he is 19. So Hey, Tori, good to see you. And let me just back this up because Susan deserves the utmost respect here, bringing out her big card here with all of her methods, we'll just call them, the 6-prong methodology behind this.
Crimson, are you the one that Chris Proudfoot wanted me to call? No. How are you?
Well, I was going to just give you some of the information regarding my phone
So
call.
I'm going to show you
Okay.
what I'm doing.
That was what I was talking about.
Can you see this board? This is the face, the body, the voice, interactional style, content, and psychophysiology. Within all of these categories, there are subcategories. For example, the face, I'm looking for an anomaly or a duration. Is it not fitting with what is known felt emotion episodes? Is it too short or is it too long? Like when you think about Amber Heard, her emotions were too long, they're animated. So I would have given her, the duration was too long, so she would have fallen under an F3, which is the duration of the emotion was too long. Well, for what we know is natural onset and offset of emotions and how they come on and off the face. So there is a science behind it. And I'm looking at the science and applying the principles to the analysis. So here's the 6 channels, but within each one of them, there are only certain things. So when you hear other body language experts, they'll start pulling out things that are not even a point of interest that has been proven in research as deceptive. It's just something they saw. And it's not right all the time. It's not. So I'm sorry for, having to make excuses for them, but we're raising the bar. And I'll tell you what, this is so powerful. It's accepted in the UK courts. Has passed the Dolber standard for evidence.
Well, let me ask you this, because we were talking about the differences in when they gave in accounts, I guess you could say, and people have a lot of times honed in on like the use of the word thud, the use of the word noise, whatever, coming from Sebastian's room that Katie was alleged to have heard, or states that she heard at around 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Give or take. Now, would you say that it's more concerning if the person repeats the same language consistently throughout all the interviews, because that would be a sign of having a truly rehearsed narrative that they're repeating, or by using different language to describe a sound or maybe clarify upon being asked to explain what they meant by that, that would be give them more credibility.
Okay, so I do think that this thought process that UA is coming to Susan with is legit, right? I mean, I can't believe I'm saying it, but I stand up for, what I think is right, who I think is right, and I don't hate anybody. And so, again, I can take a step back and look inward to that. Either way, what she's saying is valid in my opinion, right? So what she's saying is that is it more believable if someone tells the same story over and over and over and over again the exact same way? And the answer to that would be no. That's an indication that they're being dishonest, right? That's an indication that they're telling a rehearsed, regurgitated story, in my opinion. So just so we're clear on that. Now, when Katie describes the thud, that's a whole nother issue in and of itself, because when we're speaking about Katie and her describing the thud specifically, we have Katie telling the first time about a thud on, I believe it was the 4th try, right? So that was a big change in her story. She never said that there was any type of noise. What she told us was that she said to Sebastian at 9 o'clock, it's time for bed. I told him to go to bed. He did, right? And then she does that weird kind of giggle, or not a giggle, but a chuckle maybe. I told him to go to bed and he did, right? But then all of a sudden she's talking with Smiley on Smiley's panel, and she says that all of a sudden there was a noise that came from Sebastian's room. So all of us were like, whoa, wait a minute, a noise came from Sebastian's room? Okay. And then again, she says it on Nancy Grace, and Nancy said, well, what kind of noise was it? And Katie says, just the thud, right? Like minimizing the noise, right? But then also in the same breath calling it a thud. A thud. I'm hitting my table. A thud. Sebastian's got carpet in his room. How would the thud have been created? Susan's going to go into this, but I just had to stop there because it's very different, right? Than somebody giving a little bit more to the statement to make it understood, or answering a question, as Nancy said, well, what kind of noise did it, what did it sound like? What kind of noise was it, right? Because that's a follow-up question that would invite her to elaborate on the sound even further, right? Because Katie was telling Smiley that there was some kind of a noise, but she didn't go check on her son because he's 15, and you can imagine why a mother wouldn't want to just go in there barging in on her son when you're hearing noise coming from his bedroom. But when there was a follow-up question asked, Katie crumbled under the pressure and said, "Oh, just a thud." Vastly different. Vastly different. And like I said, that would have been something good to know on the first try, Katie.
All right, so when you're talking about, let's just say she heard a thug, like something fell on the ground or something that was concerning, right? So she says that was the first initial response. It was, I heard this thug, right? So then if she were asked another question, well, can you describe to me what the thug sounded like? Did it sound like this, or did it sound like, something else? And give another, no, it sounded more like a thug, but it wasn't really quite a thug. It was like this. And the fact that it was still within that category, it wouldn't have been considered being outside the bounds of the same. It just explained it a little bit differently. But when you're starting to call, let's say a person as by their first name, and then you're dropping it, and then all of a sudden you call them by their first name, and then all of a sudden there was a big fight, and the two of them split, and one went home. All of a sudden that person's name now came to a she or it. And now there's this distancing away from the person you're already calling them by their first name. If you can't explain it away, like if you use their first name in the context of the event, and then you use the word she, most people would associate that, and that is considered in bounds. But then if there is a deterioration of that relationship, you may not like that girl, that woman, or that bitch. Okay, now it's deteriorating.
That boy,
right?
Seth always usually refers to Sebastian as that boy, which I find odd, but
right.
Sarah, Karen Reed referred to John O'Keefe as that body. She was still found innocent by a jury, right?
Right, but then it's also, one of those things where UA is completely missing the point, and she's not listening to what Susan is saying. Right? She's too busy thinking about what she's going to say next instead of listening to what Susan is saying. What Susan is trying to explain is that context matters. And she's saying that if someone's language starts to deteriorate, right? Where you're saying, that girl, Lady Freedom, right? But then it turns into that bitch, Lady Freedom. Sorry, I didn't want to use any of you guys as an example, so I'll just say it to myself, right? But that's deterioration in language, and that's a big red flag, right? Because it's like, well, first you're using distancing language to call her that girl instead of just saying Lady Freedom, right? Or somebody's first name, whatever. Be respectful. When that language starts to deteriorate and you start calling Lady Freedom that bitch, well, then that's a big red flag for someone who's investigating you, because what's with the deterioration in the language? Listen, UA Crimson, and you might learn something, dear. Golly.
right, there's a different threshold. It doesn't mean that necessarily Karen Reed was innocent, though. It just means that she didn't meet the legal threshold beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
But I was just wanting to clarify that regarding your motivations, and like I said, and then also the stages. People don't just have grieve differently. They also go through various stages of grief in different orders and it isn't necessarily in a linear order. There's 7 stages of grief, and you can always revert back to them throughout.
Right, those are feeder memories.
So that's important for people to know as well.
Well, they are, and there's
and guys, I've gone over this before, and the last time that I did, all that is unseen. I did go into this a little bit before, guys, because I was very heavy into psychology, and I've read a lot of books on it and stuff. But Elizabeth Kubler-Ross has the stages of death and grieving, right? And we went over all of that in the last the live stream that we did when we originally did a review on this. But I've never downloaded it. I kind of want to make a playlist of some of this because I think this is valuable information that was really like lost, and I hate missed opportunities, right? So I'm like looking at this like I think that we need to revisit this. I think it's important to understand what Susan is saying here. And again, I missed something on the first couple takes. It does sound like she uses this technique when she's called in as an expert in cases here in America too. She was talking about, the English standard or Parliament standard, that sort of thing. But it looks like she's also been called into many cases here in the US, and has allegedly worked on Sebastian's case. So, um, yeah. Oh, KJ Mac, 100%. I've never seen a finer example of a narcissist organizing and recruiting flying monkeys and temporary tools as I have here. Allegedly, there is a narcissist making himself the center of this chaos. And I agree with that 100%. It is textbook. And in my opinion, a mixture of antisocial personality disorder. Again, I can't diagnose anyone, but that is those are the characteristics that I am seeing here. Sebastian got lost in all this chaos. Yeah, Jenny, and it's very, very sad. It's very, very sad, and I think that's something that we could probably all agree on. I would at least hope that we could, right? And he's the one that matters most. That's why I wanted to make it so clear that I want everybody to send me good messages that I could write for Sebastian, but I don't want anything against Chris or Katie, right? None of my signs are going to say anything negative against Chris and Katie or have anything to do with them. It's about Sebastian. And then I'm just going to ask the sheriff myself, right? This is just strictly my opinion and my ask of Sumner County is to please clear Seth after 2 years. Could you please at least do him that courtesy so that he can move on and work with the Cold Case Foundation or other organizations that would be willing to come in and help him, right? And so that's the only thing that I am focused on, is just making sure that Sebastian knows that we love him. We're still looking for him. His dad is never going to stop looking for him. We have not forgotten, right? We're actively looking. And I'm also going to revisit an active search that Jen had put a video out about, and I'm all for it. I'm just again there to be of service. So, but it's about Sebastian. I don't want they've taken, in my opinion, they have taken away enough from Sebastian, in my opinion. And I'm talking about Chris and Katie from spreading the awareness for him. And so I want to give that back to him as much as I can. And I just think that you guys have such a nice way of saying the sweetest things in the chat and stuff. And I'd like to translate that over and make it about Sebastian, not Chris and Katie are going to be Chris and Katie, right? It's not about them. They're not even going to bother showing up. Why make it about them?
Okay, I'm gonna free up the line and I'm gonna let Susan answer.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Thanks for calling in. Next caller. I just want to.
Oh, thank you for getting that lady off the stage. I feel like it's Night at the Apollo, right? So we got a crisis actor. Her name is UA Crimson Tide. Crisis actor, crisis actress, whatever. I also wanted to say earlier too, with Chris Proudfoot, it's in my opinion that he is the one that is clout chasing, because anytime that Seth gets up on a panel, he talks about Sebastian, right? I mean, there are candid discussions where Seth has been on a panel for an extended amount of time, and he's talking, so people are asking him personal questions, or he's talking about himself, but very, very little. Chris, on the other hand, and Katie, they'll sit on a panel for 7 hours and sit there and talk about nothing about Sebastian and everything about themselves, other people's lawsuits, other people's this, other people's that, anything but Sebastian, right? And that excuse me, that being projected onto Seth is not fair, in my opinion. It's not correct. And it's unfortunate that people are doing that to Seth when he's not the one that has behaved that way. Chris has. So again, projection is heavy. All right. So we're going to have someone else call in too. Oh, Lord.
Let me, if I may, if this makes sense. I feel like when people get connected to someone in a case, that there's automatically going to be a bias. So when Crimson dials in, I already know that she's talking to Chris. There's a bond there that happens, human to human, and a bias that's created. And the same for anyone else in this case, right? It's I hate to say it, but it's a part of that. I've heard of other creators going out and having drinks with these, caregivers. That's, after 2 or 3 hours of cocktails and talking to someone, you're going to create a bond and a bias. Am I wrong?
Yes, and that's the reason why they placed Casey Anthony directly in front of the jury. And so they had a connection with. It's the reason why George Zimmerman, one of the jurors, had a connection with George because she started calling him by his first name. When you're looking at someone, you build a relationship and connection with them, you become biased. And we find that people that like you, that you have a relationship with, you tend to believe them. So let's look at that research, okay? So, I get all of these different stages of grief. That's for a grief expert to talk about how the 7 stages of grief. That doesn't change that the fact that she's talking about something emotional and she's not showing any grief within her face anywhere. It's considered a point of interest. So now, whether somebody goes in and through a certain stage and they trigger a memory, usually when they're talking about a very sensitive part of it, you're going to see a trigger. Even if it leaks out just instantaneously, and then they try to mask it, but it'll come out. You'll hear it in their voice. You'll see it in their forehead, or you might see a little chin boss or a little downward turn very quickly. And you go, okay, well, they're tapping into that emotion, right? And it was consistent with what was being shared or what she's talking about that time. Other times it is not. So, guys, this is, I'm talking for 1 hour. This is a 2-day. It's not something you're going to.
About these are you can't anticipate the calls and when they're going to come in and cut you off. Who do we have on the line?
Yeah, my name's Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in the analysis part, but let's just look at the date that Sebastian went missing. Are you aware of that?
February 26th.
I don't work with on dates or times or that stuff. Nope, that's not my.
I said February 26th, right? I mean, February 25th he came home, and then he was reported missing on the 26th.
Well, he went missing 8 years to the very day that Katie filed for divorce from Seth. What do you think the odds of that are?
Coincidence.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't.
It's exactly what I've been talking about. We form an opinion, we find one thing, we got a nugget, we want to jump on it, we want to hang on to it like a dog with a bone. And that's
okay. So again, she, in all fairness, even though I don't like Mr. Carl, aka Turd Ferguson, is what I call him, right? I've gone back and forth with this gentleman in the chat. I think he's very disrespectful. I think he's got issues. Especially when he wants to come up and talk about anything but what's being discussed. Again, that's troll behavior. And I also think that when you throw scientific data and facts out the window, then you just have a jackass left over. And that's Mr. Ferguson. Excuse my analysis, but that's my opinion. And he's clearly stating that he is essentially shitting all over Susan and her scientific analysis here, and that he's throwing the facts out the window and he doesn't care. What he cares about is that Seth and Katie divorced and when they divorced, right? And Susan's like, look, this is what I've been talking about. That's pseudoscience. We're talking about science, and you want to talk about the opposite, right? And so, again, and he's about to get really rude with Susan when she uses a personal anecdote to as supporting evidence, and I believe that too. I believe that finding Sebastian is a priority. Once he's found, our questions will be answered. I've always said, Jenny, that I believe that Sebastian will be found. And when he is found, he's going to tell us what happened to him, no matter how or when we find him. That's always been, my view on things. But I also, that's where I'm also with you, KJ Mac. It's my belief also that finding Sebastian will be accomplished by getting to the core of things, right? That very core of what's happening here, this chaos, this circus that's been created. There's a reason for it. There's a rhyme and reason for it. And it's not just one example or one coincidence. It's multiple instances where we see this. And absolutely, Chris is the ringleader. And yeah, exactly, KJ, the core of the chaos. Exactly. Know where he is, in my opinion. Right, because that's why they're diverting attention away and distracting deliberately. That's why they don't want us to gather and talk about Sebastian. They're worried about a bunch of people, and most of us are ladies and we're older, right? And we're wanting to gather for Sebastian, and he's bothered by it, so bothered that he spoke on it publicly, but he refuses to speak on Sebastian publicly. And so I told him in my title last night, I said, if you don't want us doing a gathering, then tell us where Sebastian is. Cut the shit and let's bring him home. Cut the shit and let's bring him home. And I'm with you, KJ. I talk about a dog with a bone. I'm like that when it comes to that figuring this out, right? They leak information and have already done so. And they have over and over and over again. And they've also showed their asses over and over and over again, right? They just have, and they haven't shown it their asses in a good way to make us believe that they didn't have involvement. As a matter of fact, every time they open their mouth, it leads us to believe that they did. Just when we're kind of thinking, oh, maybe there was something else happening here. Oh no, Chris Proudfoot comes up there and he makes it known again that he doesn't give a crap about his stepson. Katie lets us know that she doesn't care about Sebastian. She cares about other missing children being found and the Autism Foundation, which, by the way, I have to always remind people that Sebastian has a rare chromosome deletion that they knew about since he was a baby, right? And the autism diagnosis was more recent, but she holds on to that, right? Because that would be something, where, I don't know, maybe they're looking for a tax write-off. I have no idea. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. As our friend Mark said earlier, I don't know anybody that acts like these people. Jenny says she thinks there's a missing link somewhere to hold the guilty responsible. That's where another resource stepping in would be beneficial. Yeah, I mean, I think having the FBI was a good first step. But we absolutely need more resources, in my opinion, to dig a little bit deeper. And it would just be nice because the family has to be the one to do that and reach out. But it's hard if they're not able to be cleared of the situation. Law enforcement, it's a shame. That's one thing that I don't feel bad shaming them for is that they've also perpetuated this nonsense, because they could come out and they know Seth's whereabouts. He's taken the polygraph with the FBI. all of that should, I mean, again, it's cruel. I'll use the words of Pima County. It's cruel. What they're doing is cruel. And the police know that. If the police in Pima County, Arizona can understand that, then I think Sumner County could understand that. Right? 2026, we're all, I mean, smart individuals, right? We got Eric Craddock, educated. He's not just like, some kid from a little podunk town that's never, been out of that podunk town. He's traveled the world in the Navy. He went to school in Chicago. He knows what he's doing, and it's shameful, in my opinion. The Foot's trying to silence any voices about Sebastian's unsolved case is definitely suspect and interesting. I agree. Yeah, it raises my eyebrows. It does. Tori says, Lady Freedom, can you do me a favor and ask Seth what day he will be in Gallatin next week? I will be there and I would love to see you too. Oh, wonderful, Tori. Yeah. I just can't read chat. My boss is gonna get me. Tori, you tell your boss that I said that you can be on chat right now. No, I'm just kidding. Tell him Lady Freedom says, no, I'm just teasing. Could you please email me? Because I want to coordinate behind the scenes just because people are cuckoo for Cocoa Pops, Yes, I will, Seth. Give me 1 second and I will. All right, here's Susan back, you guys.
It's not the way it works, my friend.
Well, let me ask you, Carl, if you don't think it's a coincidence, what significance do you think that it holds?
Well, I mean, Sebastian went missing, and then on day 2, technically, Seth had his sister, as he claims, set up a GoFundMe. Who does that and why? I mean, he didn't know that he wasn't going to be, returned within a couple of days. Why?
Are you asking me the question?
Yeah. If on day 3 or whatever, why would you have it?
All right, so I'm a behavior analyst. It has to do with body language and all the 6 channels, not in the coincidences of why they do what they do. And I wouldn't know that until I interviewed them.
Yeah, and I'm not really interested in this science, side of things. I'm more interested in the common sense side of things. And the day he went missing and then immediately setting up a GoFundMe, let's use our common sense here.
Well, I can tell you, just so I could give you an example, let me tell you something that was really weird. When my mother passed away, my stepfather was already packing up in the hospital. So now you could say, what is the coincidence of that? Why would my stepfather be packing up my mother's stuff and taking her glasses and eyeglasses and getting all the stuff packed up and she hasn't even died yet? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. People do weird things.
Let's stay on topic. We're not talking about your mom or your stepfather, respectfully, and I'm sorry for your loss.
It's human behavior. You can't judge because he did that this means that. X plus Y doesn't mean Z. Doesn't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm still,
Carl's gone. I want to give one more or 2 callers a chance to ask their question. Carl, thanks for calling in. Carl raises a ADHD question for me, Susan. Because that, it sounds like a Tennessee drawl that he had. Maybe I'm wrong, but when these tools or people like you analyze linguistics, does a drawl or an accent, does that change your analysis at all?
No, because it doesn't. It's not based on your level of education or socioeconomics. Your language is your language, and your language is unique, and so your language is.
Ooh, I know you guys called me a ball buster earlier, but listen to Susan over here. Damn, she's like, no, just because you're a dumbass, that doesn't change the analysis. Basically, damn, Susan, look how worn out she looks. I mean, I think Susan's a beautiful lady. I'm not trying to say she looks terrible or anything. She looked great when she started. I'm just saying she looks worn out from the stupidity, and it does. It sucks your brain. I don't know how they do it, if it's telepathic or what, but I mean, look at her. She's just like, oh my God, these people. And she's like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you're poor or a dumbass. The analysis works across the board because at the end of the day, we're all human, right? Damn. She's quite the lady here. There we go. Just back that up because he was being a real jerk. I mean, and that's how he is on these streets. But that's I call him Turd Ferguson. His name's Carl Ferguson. He frequents the hate channels.
It's human behavior. You can't judge because he did that this means that. X plus Y doesn't mean Z. Doesn't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm still, I mean,
Carl's gone. I want to give one more or two callers a chance to ask their question. Carl, thanks for calling in. Carl raises a ADHD question for me, Susan. Because it sounds like a Tennessee drawl that he had. Maybe I'm wrong, but when these tools or people like you analyze linguistics, does a drawl or an accent, does that change your analysis at all? No?
No, because it doesn't, it's not based on your level of education or socioeconomics. Your language is your language and your language is unique. And so your language is compared to your own language.
Interesting. Thank you. I'm going to take one more call, Susan. I want to be, you have given us an enormous amount of time already and some input. Now, everyone may not agree with that input, but a reminder again that there is no stone unturned in terms of finding a missing autistic teenager. So it is what it is. People may not like it. People may like it. This is part of being a creator. We talk to everyone. We are respectful to everyone. Again, this chat, you're allowed to swear. You're allowed to have your opinion. No derogatory comments. If anyone else wants to call in, we will give it another minute. Otherwise, I will leave the floor to Eva and Susan.
Does anybody have a question?
So we're hoping we'll get one more call in. I know the second that we start talking, we're going to hear that ring again.
There we go.
Oh,
that's not the telephone ring. That's someone becoming a subscriber, which we appreciate. We want to make sure everyone. I'm not good at this part, Susan. I suck at it actually. So everyone, if you guys could leave your DNA on the like button, that would be appreciated. We appreciate everyone subscribing tonight. We appreciate everyone's chat, everyone's input. We'll take, if we don't get a telephone call, we will maybe one of the mods or Eva can post a question up on the screen so we can wrap up with that question. I would love, Susan, to have all three caregivers up on the screen talking to you. So maybe we can reconnect and see if that's something that's feasible, because a lot of this is hearsay. A lot of people are noting, well, I've seen the chat stuff that I said the other night. Again, that's hearsay. That's from one man's mouth to my ears and then to you guys. I'd rather hear it directly from the horse's mouth. So with that, if anyone has questions, I will put them up on the screen. CH says, can you provide some references for validation studies, Susan?
Where do you want me to put it? I'd have to send it to you and then you can send it to your group.
I'll send it on. So yeah, if you send it to me via email, I will post it on X after.
Okay, and guys, I find it so rude, and it's not that I don't want people to ask questions, right? Because I do welcome questions. I think it's a good thing. I don't think people should just mindlessly, believe everything they hear. I'm a big advocate for do your own research. I just think it's so incredibly rude for them to be like, oh, well, what about this system, Susan? Do you know anything about this? And by the way, I would need you to reference every bit of your research for the last 20 years. Like, what? That would not be happening if Susan had said what they wanted to hear, is what is the most frustrating part of that, in my opinion, reviewing this again for a second time. It's amazing to me. I feel sorry for Susan because I think that she was trying to bring some clarity into a situation, but it just kind of fell on deaf ears, and not for everyone, but for a lot of people. Again, you just have to go over and look at this little emojis bouncing around with laughing faces, right? Because Carl got up there and acted like an asshole and an imbecile that he is. And, everybody was entertained by him being the class clown, so to speak, right? When we're sitting here listening, we should be learning and absorbing this information that we could also apply to other cases as well, right? Or we can just have a deeper understanding of the body language experts and how they come to their conclusions or how they analyze situations. And it could really sharpen our skill set, right? But instead, it's a joke. It's I'm going to spitball the teacher. I'm going to throw a paper airplane because I don't know how to sit on my hands, and my own mother didn't raise me correctly, apparently, or you didn't listen.
I appreciate that.
Just disgraceful.
They go over to my website too.
Go ahead and give folks your website.
Yep, SusanConstantine.com. Are they wanting the white paper? Is that what they're wanting?
CH, if you want to clarify in chat, if you want the white paper, she's willing to provide that as well. And we'll be happy to share that. What other cases are you working on currently, Susan? Anything interesting? Anything that the true crime community be interested in?
Well, I mean, working on, and then I can't share with you cases I'm working on because they're my personal cases. I can't divulge that on, on this podcast. But literally every case that's coming that you see in high profile cases on Court TV, those are the cases that I'm covering.
Excellent.
So just watch Court TV. I mean, I did one yesterday, so.
She's all, I was on Court TV yesterday, as a matter of fact. I was on Court TV yesterday. I mean, poor Susan, like, this is so crazy. I don't know if I mentioned this the first time around, but I'm definitely noticing it this time, Aw, Queen Mom, and thank you for sending $10 for coffee buy Seth the coffee. I sure will. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Thank you very much. Seth says thank you. I'll hold her to that. Well, I like Starbucks. I'm a big Starbucks drinker because I think you're the same way though, Seth. Don't you like mud coffee too? I think we had talked about that, like in the chat one night we were talking about coffees. I love dark, mud, like espresso. I mean, I should just say espresso, but I have an espresso button on my Keurig, so I'm just making the home ones all the time. Keeps me up, with you guys, you fine folks every night. So yeah, I just love coffee too. Yeah. Aw, thanks, Queen Mom, and that's so sweet of you. Most definitely. Hey, we'll need it. Because like I said, I'm gonna share a special video that Jen put together right after this. And we're gonna have a search of some of the hot spots. I'm super excited about this, guys. I'm really, really excited. We got about 5 more minutes here.
Perfect.
Yesterday was Luigi Mangione.
It's an interesting one. And everyone seems to be following as well. The real reason I had you on, Susan, is that I have about 10 questions that I have to ask Eva after this that I'd like you to analyze her to tell me if she's lying to me.
Well, I got to find out what's at stake here first.
Not really fair because I'm sick and I'm on cold medicine, so
Roger's excuse there, Eva.
Yeah, that's the thing you have to consider, right? So, yeah, I deal with these tough questions a lot, and also you have to remember I'm in the true crime genre, so I'm one of the Crime Con speakers, and you've got followers that are they're so invested in it, and and a lot of these podcasters, like including yourself, are doing a great job and can have solved a lot of cases.
Okay, so I really like what Susan's about to say here, of course, because I think that we can all bring something to the table, like I was saying earlier. But I do want to read this. Aurora Borealis says, "I'm so tired of people saying it because it's not true. The FBI came out several months back and moved the date from the 26th to the 25th." Last seen, right? So I think she meant to say SEEN, right? So they moved the date from the last time Sebastian was seen from the 26th to the 25th, and that is correct in my opinion. So please look at the flyer, it's updated there, and she would be correct, and I even still have it in my back office here thing, or whatever you call this. This is when they changed it, and then somebody took and circled it, right? And then everybody was sharing this around. It used to say last seen February 26th in the area of Stafford Court, right? In Hendersonville. They changed it. I believe it was the 6-month mark. Yeah, I believe it was the 6-month mark. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I just looked on my FBI flyer that I have, behind me, for the set when I show, the background and stuff, on my table here. So, yeah, no. That was after the 6-month mark that they did that. I'm sorry, my bad. Either way, there you have it, folks. And Aurora Borealis, you got it, girlfriend. definitely updated the flyer well after the fact. And that's to reflect the last time that, we heard, or excuse me, that's to reflect the last time that Sebastian was actually seen, and that was apparently at the Texas Roadhouse. Some people could say it was when he took the trash out, because I mean, that did occur at 7, but we can't tell. No one's been able to confirm that. I mean, Katie says yes, but then again, it's hard to believe people when, they've just lied blatantly over and over and added things in, and oh yeah, this, or I mean, she would know best, you know. So yes, yes. Correct, Lady Freedom. It took a minute, but I got it changed, thankfully. Yeah, thanks, Seth. I was like looking back on mine. I'm like, oh wait, no, it still says the 26th on mine, which I need to do an update. But I love my laminated copy because the lady did that for me at the UPS store out of the kindness of her heart. She said, "I'll make you an extra one," and she gave that to me. So I've just always used it, and it's laminated, like I said, thick laminated. Nothing's gonna happen. I could wipe it off, if there's dust or something. So yeah, but I need to get a new laminated copy for sure. Plus there was more pictures added to, Seth. I mean, obviously you know that, but I mean, because this one that I have only has 2 pictures. There's actually 4 that are on the newest, most updated one. Um, yeah, that's me, Seth. Coffee, 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 sleep. Right? Dead to the world for, a couple of hours and then back to coffee. Um, Thomas Randall says, Seth, I just made friends on TikTok with a high functioning autistic woman, and I'm learning so much from her about autistic people. She has a photographic memory and she can remember dates down to the time. Aw, Thomas, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I mean, hey, we are all different and we can all bring something to the table. We're all unique. And, when we make friends with people that are different than us, that's when we learn the most, I think. And I don't know, probably because I grew up in Chicago, so I'm just used to having different cultures of people for friends, and I've just always enjoyed that.
And a lot of these podcasters, like including yourself, are doing a great job and can have solved a lot of cases. Vinny from Court TV loves it because it helps. I mean, podcasters are great. However, when we have others that are, they study it a lot, they're consumed in it, and then they're trying to create some sort of connections and hypothesis without evidence in it. That's, they're drawing these correlations and they're already coming to a conclusion that goes against everything that I do. We don't draw just on subjective analysis. It's all objective analysis. Peter Hyatt's, that's in statement analysis. Peter Hyatt's analysis, God rest his soul. Yeah, he was a statement analysis guy. That who has popped that up there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think this was, your website is up on the screen. Thank you, Jess. Thank you for the mods for making sure this is a safe space for everyone. Thank you, Susan, for joining this evening on a Friday. I know it's time that you usually get paid for, I'm sure. So we appreciate any time that you've given us tonight. I'm sure we'll be following up on other cases, and I'm sure I'll also have some follow-up questions for you after, and appreciate the white papers that you're going to send over, and we will share that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where they can go very quickly to get them. Just Absolutely. Go to EIAgroup.com. And Dr. Cliff Langsley, it's on there, the white paper. Everything you need to know is on there. You can pull up all the white papers. And you can also go on Humantel, HUMINTELL. Both of them, I'm certified licensed trainers. So you can go in there and you can pull up all the white papers. All I'm going to do is pull them up on my computer and send them to you guys. You can get them right online.
Perfect. Well,
okay, you got them right there.
Be well, and we appreciate your time tonight, and we will be in touch.
You're welcome.
The analysis of Seth, she said there's no deceptive behavior, although I did not get a PDF. But now we know the tool that she used to do her analysis, and we can run the analysis ourselves with Deception, right? So we can take that video, upload it in Deception, and do a follow-up stream. Perhaps that follow-up stream, Kaylee Jones will be joining again. Kaylee was autistic. She went missing around the same age Sebastian went missing, and she came home later when she felt safe to do so. So perhaps those two topics we can touch on. I think look, guys, I'm a smart guy, and I know that everyone has their bias, which is why I asked the question, right? And you start talking to families, you start interacting with them on a daily basis, you start calling them on the phone, you're going to have a bias. If you have an NDA like Susan does, yes, there would probably be a bias. I know she says there's not, but I'm going to disagree and say that there's probably a bias there. With that said, I don't care. I just don't. I don't care. This is about Sebastian Rogers. I want to get answers for Sebastian Rogers. I don't give a shit about any of the caregivers, respectfully. I'd be happy to have them come on if Susan is able to and can interview them in real time. But I just don't care about all the other noise. I don't. I know there's talk about, well, you said this and it's not true. I said what was true as far as I understood it from Chris Proudfoot's mouth. That's the best I can do, right? If people want to question if it's true, simply text Chris. He's got a radar detector in his truck that I was sitting in that recorded the entire thing. So I'll leave it there. Eva, it's nice seeing you tonight. It's nice knowing that you are 7 days sober. I'm proud of you for getting a sponsor. Keep.
Okay, so really quick, that's the part where, we hear that Chris has a radar detector that records in his truck, right? Which I thought that was like a great little nugget that was kind of slipped in there. Also do want to recognize the green hearts all over the chat for Sebastian, which was really, really sweet. So, and that's fantastic. That's what we need to have, and just to bring people together for Sebastian. And, KJ, so after this, it appears that Nerdy had done some analysis of his own using a program that he designed. He probably, like I did, went to Deceptio and realized that they want an arm and a leg and an eyeball and a tooth in order to plug this information in. God loves Susan Constantine, but not all of us can afford a per word analysis, right? Obviously, if that's part of your profession, I'm sure that's, worked into her budget. But it's not, it's unfortunately not part of mine. I mean, it's a monthly fee. And then also, because I would love to use it. I'm sure there's some other programs that maybe we can look into, but what I'd like to do is go over to Susan Constantine's website, which I haven't done, and read this full report and go, kind of go over it with you guys. Probably let's see, tomorrow I think is going to be a good day, because I'm going to be showing this with, or I'm going to show you guys this video with Jen that Jen created, and then talk about the search. And then Jen and I want to do a live stream about it too, before I leave. So we're planning on that. But tomorrow doesn't work for Jen. So, because I was like, I could do tomorrow. And I'm trying to pull all these shows in kind of, at the last minute, which I knew it was going to be like this. I knew it was going to be crazy. But yeah, that's to the best of my knowledge what he did after this one. So I wonder, I will say, I kind of wonder how he feels about it now. Maybe if he did some more time, if he watched more interviews and things like that with Chris and Katie, and even with Seth, it might have changed his viewpoint. He seems pretty logical where he's saying, basically, we have to, earlier in this, or maybe it was in the previous one, he talked about how as we get the facts in, we change our, path a little bit here and there, right? We might change our minds as we collect more information. And I'm like that. So, well, I wonder about it, but I will say, Seth, I saw the analysis that he did on the interviews, and it seemed like you kind of past the heuristics and all of the points of reference that he was using, without pulling it up. I forget what all he was using in order to do that analysis, but the computer was basically doing it, it more so for him. But it was interesting because across the board, I mean, and I'm sure this doesn't surprise you. Oh, good night, Wendy. I'm sure this part doesn't surprise you because you know, obviously know you didn't have anything to do with it. But, you know, you did exceptionally well, and they did horribly. And he still showed it. So I was like, well, that's, you know, brave. That's brave in this climate, right? I mean, it really is because people are they're just not using common sense or brain power at all, unfortunately. They're just not. They're not putting on the same investigative hat as they would in the Chris Watts uh case. Um, you know, really any of these cases across the board, even Riley Strain and everybody, I think a high, not everybody, but a high majority of the people that know about Sebastian's case were following Riley's case. And we all knew that we were waiting on footage. Okay, which way did he go? Okay, he had to have been caught on camera here. Well, if he went this way, he would have been caught on camera there. It's the same thing. Yet they act like they have no frame of reference, and it's wild. It's wild. And I think it's just a flat out refusal because of they like another, you know, they like the creator for whatever reason. That's up to them. But so they're going with exactly what they say to go with. And it's tough to go against that. When people do, it doesn't always fare well for them. But then again, you know, if you keep standing your ground, they're not, and what are they going to do? You know, that's my opinion anyway.
Keep going. Everyone in chat and mods, thank you so much for coming tonight. And we will make sure we follow up with Kaylee Jones, that we follow up with the Seth Rogers piece. Some of this we can do on our own, and we will. So I'll say to everyone, please be kind to each other. Please keep Sebastian at the forefront of this conversation. Please understand that people gain biases by simple things in life, like interacting with people, even if it's for a short amount of time. Look at me. I interacted with him for 2.5 hours, and I almost went against the grain and didn't disclose information. And I've never done that in 5 years. So that's a perfect example.
Yeah, I think you touched on something important earlier. No stone.
Boom. Sorry, I don't want to cut Eva off because she's about to say something. But I absolutely want to rewind that back and play it one more time because this is why I won't talk to Chris. Because he's manipulative and he tries to convince people, and he can be very convincing and charming when he wants to be convincing and charming. And otherwise he is a narcissist, in my opinion.
It's nice seeing you tonight. It's nice knowing that you are 7 days sober. I'm proud of you for getting a sponsor. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Everyone in chat and mods, thank you so much for coming tonight. And we will make sure we follow up with Kaylee Jones, that we follow up with the Seth Rogers piece. Some of this we can do on our own, and we will. So I'll say to everyone, please be kind to each other. Please keep Sebastian at the forefront of this conversation. Please understand that people gain biases by simple things in life, like interacting with people, even if it's for a short amount of time. Look at me. I interacted with him for 2.5 hours, and I almost went against the grain and didn't disclose information. And I've never done that in 5 years. So that's a perfect example.
Yeah, I think you touched on something important earlier. No stone left unturned is how we find people, right? And biases will cause you to not unturn certain stones. It was fiery in here tonight, but it was fun hanging with you guys. Everybody be well.
And let's end the stream with everyone showing their green support for Sebastian, because this is who it's all about.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, and this is just, you know, an ending to the video, just kind of showing Katie rolling with their window up, you know, Chris acting a fool on YouTube while Seth is out there trying to get attention for Sebastian, right? Asking Eric Craddock, where's my son? What are we doing? Why have we not moved forward, right? We're Sebastian's army. We were not going to give up. We're not going to be intimidated, right? So we need Sheriff Craddock to do his job. Find Sebastian. No man who is corrupt, no man who condones corruption in others can possibly do his duty by the community. And that's Theodore Roosevelt, one of my favorite people to quote. Right? And then here's the gathering of voices for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So Sebastian has been missing for 2 years. His 2-year mark will hit on February 26, 2026. Right. So the main event is at Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Right. There's a walkway right in the front there. We saw Seth out there before, asking for answers to find his son. On February 26, 2024, Sebastian went missing and was reported missing. 2 years later, our voices join together in remembrance, in love, and in hope. We invite the community together in solidarity to honor Sebastian and to continue shining light on his story. Please wear or bring something green, Sebastian's favorite color, as a tribute. We will be gathering February 23rd through February 27th, 2026. For updates and support, please go to facebook.com/groups/justice for Sebastian. Together, our voices are stronger. Together, we remember. And we want Sebastian to know that we didn't forget about him, right? Just because we haven't found him yet doesn't mean that we're not going to, and doesn't mean that we forgot. We won't forget, in my opinion. There's many of us who are still very anxious to know what happened to Sebastian. I appreciate everyone who watches and listens about Sebastian's case. Thank you, Caroline. So with that, I want to move back over to Jen's video. So what we are also planning during this time, and please email Jen, right? JenniferJennings@gmail.com. JenniferTJennings@gmail.com. Not case sensitive. And or you could reply in the video, right? But I'm going to put that in the description here. Share the video out in here too. You can click the link if you would like to help us, because I'm going to absolutely be helping Jen and going to the hot spots where we need, people to check those. So I am going to share this screen really quick before we sign off here. So just bear with me. And really well done video by Jen. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and make sure that I liked it, because I did. All right, there we go. Okay, so we got that. Let me just make that bigger for everyone. And here we go. Oh, well, hey, let me add it to the stage again. I clicked the wrong button. My bad.
2 years. 2 full years since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared from Hendersonville, Tennessee. 2 years without answers, 2 years without closure, 2 years without justice. As we approach this heartbreaking anniversary, I have to ask a question. Do we sit back or do we gather? I've been mapping Sebastian. I've been reviewing the terrain. I've been looking again and again at proximity patterns, geographic hotspots, and there are areas near Drake's Creek that continuously stand out to me. And I want to be very clear before I go any further. It's not about accusations. This isn't about anything that law enforcement did or didn't do. It's not about trespassing either. It's about awareness. It's about community. It's about not letting Sebastian's name fade into silence. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen in Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 25th, 2024. And this 2-year anniversary, there are certain areas near Drake's Creek that deserve renewed attention. And just listen closely, okay? Listen to me. If, and I mean if, there is a gathering of voices those people that are going to come, if we are going to come in numbers to Gallatin, Tennessee at Sumner County, we could get a coordinated search together that's respectful, not trespassing, not going into private property, no vigilante behavior, you know. Here's what I'm asking. Can the gathering of voices meet in a safe, permitted way to search portions of the waterway of Drake's Creek? If so, this search would require boots, gloves, respect, and coordination. And if you're interested in participating in this boots on the ground awareness search for Sebastian Rogers, all you got to do under this video is comment search. Email me at jennifertjennings@gmail.com. I think that this move would be productive with our time. And waterway searches aren't just casual walkways in the park. They can be physically demanding. Terrain shifts, creek beds are changing, there's wildlife, there's sharp debris. But if this is organized properly, it could be a good structured search, a good way of bringing attention back to Sebastian on this 2-year anniversary of his disappearance. 2 years is too long. It's unacceptable. Anniversaries matter. They gain renewed media attention, renewed community focus to remind people that this case is not just close to our hearts, but it brings serious chatter to reality. So bring your boots, forget rumors and drama and accusations. Let's just come with respect. We're not trying to replace law enforcement. We're not trying to interfere. We are just supporting awareness for Sebastian Rogers. 2 years. He is a young teen.
Aw, I just love the way Jen did this video. Just so heartfelt and just so Jen, right? Like it just really got my heart. And just this is my favorite picture right here of Sebastian. He's just so cute, you know? And then I know we want to focus in on his face, but in the picture he's got like a huge burrito, right? That you would get it out at a Mexican restaurant, you know, with the queso on top. And he's just adorable. Again, a young man who has a lot of memories to be made, a lot of life to live, and we need to find him. We need to find him. Hey, crazy buck. And you know, and those hoodies and t-shirts, they're all really comfortable. But the hoodies are so nice. Liberty says she's gonna get a hoodie. The material is good. Yeah. And there's all different colors. I know that we sent Miss Ann one, you know, our friend here, Maui did, and she loves it. And I think she got a purple one, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. Um, I'm sorry, he's handsome, Seth. I know, I just think he's so cute. I can't help it though, because I'm just like, you know, I'm like a mom, like I just want to pinch his cheeks. He's just so adorable, right? And then Seth's like, he's getting too old for the cute, right? Very handsome, says Liberty. I know. And you know, the thing about Sebastian is that he just deserves so much better. And I think when Jen talks about, you know, let's take some time away from um all of the noise and everything, and let's get out there and look. I think that's such a good idea, right? And let's do it safely. Let's not presume to be experts or anything like that, but let's get out there and look for Sebastian, right? Let's get out there and work together. And you know, I think it's going to be a great feeling of actually doing rather than, you know, complaining. I remember when I was complaining about the flyers in the beginning, and I finished my video, I uploaded it, and then I was thinking to myself, I'm complaining a lot about this. And what I need to do is just make a flyer, right? And put some descriptive, and this is my first flyer I've ever made, which is not a good one, but it's, again, it's got some of my favorite pictures. Another one that I like of Sebastian is when he's smiling really big, right? And his eyes are closed. I do that all the time, by the way. A lot of my pictures, I'm just smiling so big that my eyes are closed. But or I'm blinking, one of the two. But I did do this, as more descriptive features and things like that because I was, complaining about it. And I think that, it's good to say our own opinions and things, but then let's find some solutions. Let's do something that we think would help, right? Let's offer up a hand instead of, just always complaining, right? Because it's easy to complain. It's harder to yeah, Marion. Yeah, come up with a solution. Right. If you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes we can look at right in the mirror and be like, hey, what am I doing to find a solution here? And so I was completely stoked that Jen wanted to check out some of her hotspots that she has in mind. And, I would just invite everybody to join us. So absolutely go and email Jen again if you're going to be in the area and you want to be a part of multi um solutions, right? Sorry, I'm typing and I want to make sure I get it right. um we can spread out, and the more that we do that, the more that we hit up other areas, or even Jen and I were talking about maybe going sometime during the week and passing out flyers in an area that's not like right there in Hendersonville, right? Because a lot of people know, or Goodlettsville, a lot of people know about Sebastian, but what if we went a little bit further out to spread awareness, um so the gathering is exactly what Sebastian needs right now. Yeah, Liberty, I agree. Yeah, there needs to be this push for larger numbers of people across the country and beyond to find out about Sebastian. Pressure needs to be applied. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it's just a great opportunity for us to do that in so many different ways, especially if we're willing to, kind of push ourselves. And, again, I'm not, and I've said before, and even to my good buddy, that does search and rescue, I'm like, he has said thank you for what you're doing for Devlin, and I've said to him thank you for what you're doing, right? Because what he's doing is something that I can't do particularly. I mean, I'm going to try. But I mean, it's definitely out of my area of expertise, but going out of that comfort zone I think is going to be really rewarding. And I think that we can, at least give some peace of mind where, okay, we've searched that, we've done that. You know, let's mark some of these places off the list and then, continue on doing that. Um, that's right. I think it's just something that we're all missing, Marion, and I feel like that in Devlin's case too. Yeah, and grassroots is my favorite, right? Because it's a very good way to come together as a big team. Absolutely, Liberty. Grassroots efforts can literally move mountains. Yeah, and I mean, we just never know who we're going to be able to um, impact, with that happening. Um, we don't know what we're going to be able to do until we do it, right? And there is no try, there's only do, right? Um, how can they justify being against this? Yeah, I mean, Coffee, I just wish they would tell us where Sebastian is, right? And then we won't have to bother. Then it's all good, right? Then so I don't know either. I can't really put my finger on it. Yeah, not allowing for the searches is a big thing. Well, and like, Jen puts that disclaimer in as well, saying, "Hey, just so everybody knows, we're going to be respectful. We're not doing private property. We're doing, searches where we can actually search. It's not a here there I go using the word actually. Um Susan's in my brain with the word keywords. But there's places that we can search and that are not going to encroach on anything or upset anybody. They're public places. And this theory doesn't where we're searching here. This theory doesn't really even correlate to anyone in particular, just to do a check of the area, right? It's not blaming anyone. um oh, you be blessed too, Seth, and stay safe. Thank you, thanks so much for being here. Aw, thanks guys for hitting that like button. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna play this little last part of Jen's video here. We got about a minute.
Disappeared without a trace. And no teen should disappear and simply become a headline that fades away. I'm asking for help in finding Sebastian Rogers. If he is deceased, I have hot spots. If he is alive, I have hot spots. So are you willing to stand up? Are you willing to stand up safely, responsibly, respectfully for Sebastian? If so, just comment search. Email me. And as always, justice for Sebastian. Awareness for Sebastian, because 2 years is too long.
Yeah. Oh gosh, look what popped up is Mommy Dearest. Oh my goodness. And Michael Jackson, Guthrie, Lord. All right, so let's take that down. All right. Yeah, I mean, Thomas, I'm right there with you. And Seth, I agree. It's disgusting. Like I kind of even, semi went off the rails a little bit because I was so appalled by it. People are like, well, maybe it was because, of the situation, Lady Freedom. And I'm like, yeah, but it's weird. It's really weird to me. I would never want like even if it was like my daughter's father and I, like that stuff sales, when they're babies and stuff like that, to have a monitor. Because I know like some people will have the baby monitor where you can, see the baby, right? And everything like that. See and hear the baby. I think that is appropriate, especially with like things like SIDS and things that can happen um, in that regard. But having a camera in a little girl's room, no, mm-mm. Or a little boy, even so. Now if it's a matter of safety, I think that's a little bit different, right? I can understand in certain circumstances. But to my knowledge, none of those circumstances exist here. Now, when I say that, if I thought that my child was engaging in some kind of a self harm or that they might hurt themselves, then I might consider doing that as a safety precaution and measure. Or if I thought that they were sneaking out of the house or something like that. Sorry, I'm going to move my seat here, my table rather. Um, if I thought that the child was doing something like that, or my child, I guess, was doing something like that, um, I would put maybe a camera outside of the house if I thought they might be going out the window or if they were going out the front door. I mean, there's ways that you can catch that too. I mean, put an alarm on the door and see if they can get away with that. Um, it's going to alarm you when somebody opens the door. But someone like Katie working for Brinks, I mean, it's hard to believe, Oh, about the doorknob. Yeah, yeah. KJ says, Seth, were you given a reason for the missing doorknob? Did Sebastian ever mention it was removed? And Seth says, KJ, I was told that because he locked his door once, they were not happy about it. Well, and look, I'm gonna say that most of us being kids and things like that, growing, or I'll say growing up, have locked our doors before, and our parents are like, "Hey, don't do that," right? But one time, they just weren't cutting Sebastian a whole lot of slack. In my opinion, it was like, a huge issue every single time anything happened, right? It's just really overdoing it. Thank you, Thomas, for that. Thomas says, Seth, I pray for you and Sebastian daily that the truth comes out. Thanks, Thomas. And thank you for sharing, your insight as well. KJ Max says, I don't know if Seth can or should answer that, but I have to ask. It's been on my mind, like the damn Sharon from Devlin's case. I know, KJ, exactly. I get it. Like there's little things that I think about a lot too. Um, you know, Same thing goes for when I'm teasing about or pointing out that other people are asking silly questions. Then again, that might be something that's on the forefront of their brain, right? And they really want to clear it up. So I mean, I get it, but once it's cleared up, don't continue on and on with it. But I do think that is something that is concerning, especially knowing that there were cameras in the house before, then there weren't, then there was cameras back in the house, and imagine what they were doing before they knew anybody was watching is the scariest thing to me. you know so exactly, coffee, crime, and cats. Yeah, I mean, who hasn't locked a door before when they got mad? Good grief. Yeah, and I mean, unless you believe that they're going to hurt themselves in there, maybe let them have a bit of privacy. Is it going to kill anyone to have privacy? No, unless they have, harmful tendencies. I get that part. Um, that's a good question, Lana Lee, if KP was always controlling. Hey, Magic Star, good to see ya. Does Nina get to see the camera in her room because that's the only way it would be okay? IML, I don't know. I don't think so. I know. I don't think so. Um, I just wouldn't want the Proud Feet to have access to that. I don't know. You know? Yeah, I wonder if it's been put back or if there's a new one. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah, I locked my door and put a keyed door handle on it also. Marion, sometimes, that's understandable, and that's the thing. I would be asking myself why my child would want to lock the door rather than, being upset about it right off the bat or going to an extreme, right? Like taking the doorknob off. I would be asking myself, okay, well, why would they do that? And then I would go ask them why would you feel the need to do that? Are you afraid of someone in the house? Are you trying to get away with something, right? I mean, a lot of times kids aren't going to tell you the truth flat out, but I mean, you have a conversation with them and try to figure things out. You don't just, oh well, we're going to do this, extreme punishment or, reaction to something that's not that big of a deal. In my opinion. Again, there can be instances where it can be a problem, right? Especially if they're doing things they're not supposed to and they're locking their parents out of the room. I get that. But I've always felt like, Chris and Katie love to make up reasons why Sebastian's not a good kid. And it's very hard to believe because when I see Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, I would take Sebastian to the Texas Roadhouse over, an unruly kid any day. He was very polite and considerate, and he ate his food just fine, showed good manners, was asking to play the game, didn't just grab it off the table and start, playing it, because I mean, if he did that, his mom would have to pay the bill. I mean, but he asked first is the point. The point is that when you watch Sebastian's actions and you really look at what he's doing and his mannerisms, forget Katie for a minute, just only watch Sebastian. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but I'm saying for analysis purposes, only watch what he's doing and you can get a very good insight into and a small insight, but it's a good one into how Sebastian acted in a public space. Now, we've heard from Katie multiple occasions, and Chris too, that Sebastian had all of these issues in public, and he didn't understand personal boundaries and things like that. Okay, that's fine. A lot of us are socially awkward, and we kind of pick up on social cues a little bit later, right? Some of us are keen to those things early, but some are not. And people that are on the spectrum do have trouble with that sometimes. So, okay, but is that a reason for people not to like Sebastian? Hell no. Is that something that we kind of needed to really know about Sebastian in order to find him? Again, I don't think so. I mean, it could speak to his mannerisms, yes, but I mean, um, I suppose if somebody had come up to you and they got close to you, right, and you were startled and they look like Sebastian, that might tip you off that it is him. I get that part. But again, I think it was distracting from who Sebastian is and making him seem like a nuisance instead of, a sweet, um, kind, right, well-mannered young person. That's who I saw. And I also saw him being scolded by his mom. And I know what scolding looks like because I've been scolded and I've scolded my own child before. So I know what that looks like, right? And I know what that looks like in public. And Katie wasn't drawing attention to herself when she was doing it. It was subtle. So again, if we take Sebastian out of the equation, then we just look at Katie's behaviors, we can tell that she's scolding him. And then if we look at both of them together, we can tell by what Sebastian's reacting to and how he feels about what his mother is saying to him. So all of those pieces are very important to analyze separately and then all together as a big picture, in my opinion. Because that's how we'll understand better without having sound, because we don't have sound. But what we do have is we have interpersonal reactions and interactions that we can then analyze. And like I said, I just think Sebastian was very well mannered, and I wouldn't mind taking him out to eat at all. Because he's just kind and respectful and well mannered. Right. And then, they were telling us that Sebastian had all of these issues using the bathroom. He got up and used the bathroom just fine. I would really encourage Nerdy Addict to look at that video from the Texas Roadhouse, or maybe one of his mods or somebody might be listening to me too. But I would encourage that. I would encourage him to go back and look at that interaction. Because I think it gives us a greater insight into what was going on. So yeah, I mean, I agree, Liberty. It's textbook. It is textbook. It really is. Good morning, Witchy Mama. Good to see you. Yes, I'm just now getting off. I wanted to show the search video too, in case somebody didn't see it in the beginning or, they missed it. So, and I mean, I think it's so important for us to look at everything and then for us to go back and look at everything again too. Right? It's that part is so very important. Because if we don't do that, then we're missing out, because every time we look at something or watch it, every time we see it or read it again, there's new information that we might have missed on the first try, right? Most people get different scores when it comes to comprehension, and that's where we're going to figure out what we're gathering from whatever input we're receiving, and what we can remember or recall from it, or whatever we can apply that that information to other things. But when you go back again, there's other things that you will find that you didn't the first time. Unless you have a photographic memory, then that's a little bit of a different ball game. But thank you, Witchy. Thank you so much. I was dropping all the links to when we were doing the search video. So definitely come out and search if you can. Definitely be a part of the gathering of voices. I'm gonna go live again tomorrow, same late night time, because I have a lot of stuff that I need to get done during the day. And we'll just keep trucking along. And then, of course, I want to do a live with Jen. I'll be working on that before I leave for Tennessee. Yeah. And then again, we're also going to do something special when it comes to the surprise that I got for Seth. So I think he'll enjoy having that. I hope it turns out well, because I'm having it just delivered. So I'm a little nervous, but I hope it comes out good. And again, the best thing that we can do is just put our heads together, say our prayers for Sebastian, his safe return home, and then just keep trucking along and analyze the stuff. Again, I do want to go over the white paper or white pages, I guess Susan calls it, but I think that would be interesting to do because we haven't done that yet. So we will keep on trucking along with that. And, let's find Sebastian. We got to find Sebastian. He'll tell us what happened to him when we find him. So, let's do that. All right, guys. Well, thank you all so very, very much for being here with me. And I appreciate you guys. And I will see you tomorrow.